That's me. I'm Bob Griffin. I am the Executive Director of the McGuire Center. I'm also one of the faculty here, and you are here to participate in the capstone of our new venture development program. This is our flagship program. It's one of the most exciting things that we do. For those of you that were listening to Björgen earlier today, we are live streaming this. So people will have a link for those folks that could not be here. They'll get a real opportunity to see the teams in action. And I think it's going to be a great show. Let me walk you through just a few things here. For those of you that are not familiar with the McGuire Center, we've been around for about 40 years. We, a lot like the totalistic book, we were founded in 1984. So for those of you that have read that book, you'll see exactly what that means. We are currently the 8th ranked public undergraduate entrepreneurship program by U.S. News & World Report. And we are the 23rd ranked overall entrepreneurial program ranked by U.S. News & World Report for both public and private institutions. So we're kind of excited about what we're doing. For those of you that are not familiar with the program overall, McGuire Center was one of the first entrepreneurial centers in the university system. We helped establish the Global Consortium of Entrepreneurial Centers. So we've been doing this for quite some time, and we have I would say, a nice stellar reputation out there in the market. We have to always thank our founders and those that helped make this possible. And clearly, Carl and Stevie Eller, when they started in '84 with an idea around the Eller School and so forth, this really kind of helped us launch. It was through the generosity of Carol and Chris McGuire that provided some funding and some sponsorship for the McGuire Center. In fact, I will tell you that we are one of the few centers within the university that has probably some of the largest endowments. Because a lot of our alumni continue to give back and contribute. And we have a lot of alumni here, and I want to thank all of you all for your participation and your help. Just by way of how we make an impact, we take about 2,000 students through our curriculum and the community programs every year. We have not only the curricular activities, we have co-curricular activities, but we also do a lot. As you know, we're a land-grant institution, so we do a lot with a community program, community-based program that, where's Able? That Able runs, that is currently underway right now, and we have about, how many students in this term? 160 students. We do it twice a year. We do a small business version in both Spanish and in English. And it's probably one of the most popular programs we have. In fact, I would suggest that it is probably the most successful community-based program in this country based on the number of students we've taken through that. We've taken nearly 7,000 students through that. On top of that, we have about 800 seniors that complete our ENTR 485, which is Innovation Creating the Future. It's a required program here at Eller. So every one of the Eller business students that graduates from this program has to take an entrepreneurial course and has to be familiar with entrepreneurial activities, and 485 is that course. On top of that, as I mentioned, this is our flagship program. There are 35 students that participate in New Venture Development. New Venture Development is a program that you have to apply for, and it's a very competitive program. We go through a competitive screening process. We changed the program this year. I guess this was the first year we were doing videos, or was it last year we did videos? Second year. A couple years ago, Chris Cronenberg, Dr. Cronenberg, who runs our program, had the idea of, instead of going through single individual interviews with an interview committee, have them all do a short film about themselves, talk about what their goals are and what their aspirations are, and from that we select a team. It's an exciting time when we do that, and we've just finished the selection for next term. We have an ecosystem at McGuire around a variety of capabilities. Everything from our co-curricular activities called Startup Wildcats, where we do a lot of work in helping students do everything from student-made kind of activities to launching pop-ups to being involved in how do you take it to the next evolution? We've got a program called Spark, which kicks off in our sophomore year. Actually, the Spark program, we do kind of two versions of Spark. We do a Spark program for high school students between the time they graduate high school and enter college to introduce them to kind of entrepreneurial behavior. They spend a week here at the college, they live in the dorm, they all get excited about what it's like to be in college, and we hopefully gets them excited to be part of this program. And then in their sophomore year, we introduce them to the Spark program itself, which is kind of an introduction to entrepreneurial behavior and activities. We have a new program that is going to launch in the fall. We just received a significant endowment for this program. It is the Integrated Business and Engineering Program. Mike, who many of you have met, I'll introduce the faculty in a second, heads up that program, helped put this vision together, and it is a combination between our engineering college and Eller Business College. Because we were getting a lot of interest from engineers about how do I start my own company? How do we take it down to that next path? The challenge if you're going through the engineering college is there's so little time given all of the academic requirements that you couldn't carve out enough of that space and time to teach those processes. Mike's developed this program that we, like I said, have a very large endowment. It's a $10 million endowment to take that program forward, and we'll be launching it. In fact, we've got, I think, our first cohort already identified. On top of that, I mentioned our 485, which is our entrepreneurial program that is a semester long. I would look at it as kind of a mini version of what you're going to see here from a new venture development perspective. We teach them the basic fundamentals of entrepreneurial behavior and all of this time from ideation to how you would go forward in the market. And then lastly, and most importantly, which is why we're here today, the new venture development program. And you're going to learn a lot about that because you're going to see some fabulous teams and some really exciting opportunities. Dr. Chris Cronenberg heads up this program. She is over here. Chris, raise your hand. She was the brainchild behind these events and putting this on, and it was through her efforts that we have what I think is one of the most successful cohorts I've seen in a long time. So congratulations, Chris, on all the hard work, and we appreciate it. Each of our teams gets assigned a group, one or two, well, they each get assigned an advisor. These are our advisors. Many of them you've met, Björgvin, Callie, Mark, myself, and Carlos. First I want to thank those that, Callie in particular, who is not an employee of the University of Arizona, is an alumni of the program, went through NVD, and gives back. And it's because people can give back that I think we have as successful a program as we do. But I also want to take time to thank each of the various advisors because they spend a lot of time and energy with the teams to help them get ready, get prepared, and help them along their milestone journey. A lot of this stuff is done off hours, where it's, Tuesday night at 6:30 and we're all doing Zoom calls, or it's Saturdays and Sundays and things like that. So advisors play a really significant role, and I want to thank and acknowledge them and appreciate their time and energy here. Faculty and staff, there are people that make this happen, and these are the folks that make this happen. Lindsay Figueroa is our academic program coordinator. Lindsay is the person that makes all of our programs come together. So big applause for Lindsay. We could not do this without her help and her support. So I would say it's a thankless job, but I try to thank her as often as possible. But it is a tough job. Julie Millard, where's Julie? Julie is up there in the back. Julie runs our Startup Wildcats program. She came to us from the Tech Launch, the Tech Transfer Organization, about a year ago, and is really making a difference with our students. and has been responsible for most of our co-curricular activities, everything from student-made to the programs that we launched with pop-ups and things like that. And her work is really making a difference for our students from a co-curricular perspective. Abel, where's Abel? Is over here. Abel runs our community services program. This is a program where we take small businesses that are community-based and we educate them on what it's like to run a business, start a business. How do you do your finances? How do you do marketing? How do you do those kinds of things? We run it twice a year. As I mentioned, we run it both in Spanish and in English. Let me give you a little, first of all, I would like to take a moment before we go on to remember one of our colleagues who passed this year, Pancho Chavez. Pancho started the program, and it was through all of his years and dedication that he helped build this program. And just to give you some insight to this program, there are community teams, businesses, that come and take this program in the evening. And we have teams that start out driving 3 hours south of Nogales, drive into Tucson, go through the out program, and drive home that night. We have folks that come from all across the state to participate. So it's an exciting program. And Abel was kind of Pancho's number 2 guy for a long time and learned that Pancho was grooming him for this role. Unfortunately, Pancho passed earlier this year, and Abel stepped up and taken the responsibility. So Abel, thank you for that time. Gabe got their own? Where's Gabe? Gabe is here, I know, because I saw him earlier. Gabe is one of our faculty. Gabe also teaches several of our courses. Gabe talk about a creative faculty. Gabe has done some incredible things with regards to helping develop some of the programs with our athletic department. He helped establish a program called Gatos Go, which takes our student athletes in a time of NIL and a time of image control and image rights, and teaches them, hey, you may become a professional athlete or you may not, but you may make money during your time in college because of these new programs. Let us teach you how to take advantage of that time. And it's a great program, and we're hoping to get more excitement around that as we go on. Ted McGuire is not here today. Ted is normally the Master of Ceremonies. Ted is a longtime veteran of the McGuire Center, and he runs our Spark program, and he also runs our student high school Spark program. So Ted's incredibly active. And then lastly, we could not do any of this without our business manager and our finance extraordinary person, and that's William Jackson. I go to William and say, I have this great idea, and William says, what does it cost? And I said, well, I think it costs this. And I said, can we do it? He said, let me see if I can find some funds. And he always seems to find some funds. Don't tell Karthik that, but he always seems to find some funds. And I appreciate his hard work. We partner together quite a bit, and it's an important relationship, and I thank him for his time. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let me tell you a little about what we're trying to do in our new venture development program. While we try to develop skills around entrepreneurial behavior, one of the things that we're also trying to do is to develop leadership skills. That's around everything from envisioning to developing an EQ, not just an IQ, right? To adaptability and resilience and so forth. And I can tell you, where's my slide? I missed it somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. There are folks that participate in helping us do that. And I don't know where our Mike Quinn and other slides went, so we'll have to figure that out. I will show those later on today, and we'll find those. But this is an important kind of anchor point for us to develop not only entrepreneurial skills, but how do we develop kind of leadership skills at the same time. All right. On with the new venture competition. Today, we are going to start our first round. We will do our trade show after the first round completes around 12:30. There will be a trade show in the atrium. You'll get a chance to see all of the teams that pitched. You'll get a chance to see their products. Okay? We'll get back together at 2 o'clock for the final NVC round competition. We will have an award ceremony that will be attended by and kicked off by Dean Karthik Cannon. We'll do our award ceremony, and we'll then have a final reception at 4:15 and wrap up the program. Okay, so it's going to be a busy day. There are awards. There is a gold medal, a silver medal, and a bronze medal, and on top of the medals themselves, there are cash awards. And the exciting thing about the cash awards is, while it's not life-changing money, it is money that can make a difference. I think all of the students are looking forward to how do they participate and how do they compete. So we're excited about that. These are our first round judges. I want to spend just 30 seconds thanking them for being here. If it wasn't for folks like you all, this wouldn't be the kind of program that it is. We appreciate your time, your energy, and your ability to kind of give back to the school and our community. So thank you all for your time and your energy today. And I would highly recommend, if you have not had a chance to meet our judges during a break, maybe as you're going through the showcase, get a chance to reach out. We've got some people with some incredible backgrounds and skills. We've got presidents and chief operating officers. We've got representatives from the city of Tucson. We've got, for those of you that are going to be very successful in your life, you're going to need some wealth management. We've got wealth management people here. We've got some incredible entrepreneurs that have been kicking around the entrepreneur community for a long time and known people like Manny forever, and it's what makes this community a great community. So, all right, this is the format. All 10 teams will compete in the first round. The judges will score the 10 teams, and then 5 teams will advance to the finals. The first round is a 6-minute pitch with a 4-minute Q&A. The final round is a 6-minute pitch with a 4-minute Q&A. We ask that during the Q&A we want the judges to be able to hear the answers and so forth. So let's just be respectful of everybody's time. It's going to be an exciting time, but it's going to be sometimes it can get very noisy. So let's keep everything moving forward. Okay. I've talked enough. So now it's time to move forward with the competition. All right. Our first team, Iliam, come on down.
Hello everybody, we are Iliam and we are super excited to show you what we've been working on. My name is Jensen, this is Sam and Paulina, and to start I want everyone to imagine a person who goes to the gym. You probably think of someone who looks something like this. However, these days the fitness landscape looks a little different. Today more older adults, beginners, and everyday people are joining the gym than ever before. And these people have different goals from the aesthetics-chasing bodybuilders of the past. They are working out for health, longevity, and quality of life. But there is still one thing holding them back. While the people going to the gym have changed quite a bit, the equipment has largely stayed the same.
The problem stems from some of the most effective exercises also tending to be some of the most uncomfortable. Hip thrusts are a perfect example of this, as they're great for strength, but when done with an increased amount of weight, they can cause bruising and discomfort. A lot of hip thrust pads on the market today don't give users the support that they need, and they still dig directly on your hip bones, giving unwanted pressure and uneven distribution. For a lot of gym goers, new gym goers and current gym goers, this pain can be a deal breaker. So instead of growing stronger, they tend to avoid the movement altogether. That's why gym pads need a new look.
That's why we created Ilium, an ergonomic gym accessory brand. Our first product is an ergonomic hip thrust pad designed specifically to eliminate the pain points associated with the exercise. While most traditional pads are cheap foam and built for multiple different exercises, our pad is ergonomically designed specifically for hip thrusts, so it fits perfectly around your hip bones and distributes the weight fully across your hips, making it much more stable and comfortable under heavier loads. We are just adding more padding. This is a completely new design that creates a significantly better experience for lifters.
Perfect. Now, looking at our market, we're operating within the broader fitness equipment and accessories industry, which includes gym equipment and machinery, home fitness setups, and also performance-focused accessories used in strength training. Globally, the market is valued at around $16 billion, with North America representing $4 billion of those. We are, however, focused on capturing 2% of the North American market, which would represent an $80 million opportunity. And this is driven by the lack of innovation in the industry and also our differentiated ergonomic design. Now, while this is an industry that continues to grow, it is a category that has seen very little product innovation over time. Most solutions are still simple, one-size-fits-all products that are focused more on just the function itself rather than user performance or comfort. At the same time, exercising itself has become significantly more specialized throughout the years, with people putting more of an emphasis on comfort, performance, health, and longevity overall. And as a result, this has created a huge disconnect between modern training demands and the products available to meet them.
Now to look at who we are selling to, our customers are people who go to the gym, gyms buying in bulk, and a growing home fitness segment. But right now, these people are either settling for cheap pads that we mentioned earlier, or alternatives such as yoga mats or towels. And it isn't because they want to, it's because there's no better choice in the market. Ilium positions itself as a premium option in the market with clear advantages in comfort and stability, performance, as well as a sleek and aesthetic design. Long term, we also hope to make our product even more inclusive by adding full customization for different people's body types, as well as people with different injuries. We are taking a cheap accessory and turning it into a premium must-have upgrade.
Okay, now diving into our financials, in the first year, our focus is on entering the market and building initial traction. In year 2, we see a significant jump as we transition from testing into scaling. So this means expanding our consumer base, increasing our sales volume, and also really cementing our place in the market. Year 3 onwards, we see a lot more stability as our growth becomes consistent and predictable, as our demand stabilizes and our brand awareness increases. At the same time, we're expanding to bulk sales with gyms and fitness facilities, which allows us to scale a lot more efficiently. Now, additionally, because our product is really simple to produce and very durable, we're able to increase our production without unnecessarily increasing complexity or overhead. And similarly, because of this, as we increase our production, our cost per unit decreases. Now, at first glance, you may think this is a very niche category. However, when we look at competitors across platforms like Amazon, we see that they're selling over 10,000 units every month. So this shows that our predictions are very conservative and based on proven traction.
Since beginning our venture, we've created 2 pads that you can see in front of you today. These pads were produced out of a furniture store in Nogales, Mexico. Once we've decided that we've finalized our vision, we're going to move back home to Tucson, since our gym equipment manufacturer is located here in the area. With his connections, we're able to spread Ilium throughout gyms around the Tucson area. Since meeting with him, we have been able to speak with Anytime Gyms, as well as get pads in the locations themselves. And here we've been able to receive real user feedback, as well as help promote our website. While being at Anytime Fitness, our average website views increased by around 43 viewers per day. So there's definitely an interest for this product on the market. When looking at our website, we currently have our product listed for $70 up for pre-order, but we do plan on dropping this order once we start to scale. You can also see testimony emails on the screen as well from real customers who are truly excited about the product and who really want to see this in action. So that being said, this once again solidifies a place for Ilium in the market.
Building on this momentum, we are looking for $260,000 for 10% of our company, valuing us at $2.6 million post-money. With the first bit of this funds, we hope to expand our production in order to keep up with high demand. And with the second part of the funds, we are going to expand our marketing efforts through both direct-to-consumer as well as in gyms.
Now, while this is an industry that has seen a lot of growth, the products in it have seen very little innovation over time. We at Ilium are focused on closing that gap because we believe comfort belongs to everyone. Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your go-to-market strategy? It sounds like two kind of opportunities to start. One is kind of direct to consumer, and the other is through gyms. So, what do you for each one it's different? Kind of talk me through what you guys plan to do and what staff you need for that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So to start, we plan on trying to get our pads into gyms as much as possible. So that way people get familiar with using the pads and we're able to build up that consumer interest. Like we've said, we currently are in Lifetime Fitness, which has allowed people to go on our website and have interest in purchasing the pads themselves. So we're kind of starting by trying to get into gyms first, and then we're able to build that out through direct to consumer later down the line.
Talk to us about your cost of goods sold as well as your plan to scale. If you get an order for 10,000 one day, can you fulfill that?
Yeah, for sure. So right now we have only produced these prototypes here, and we are currently in the process of moving our production into Tucson. So that's going to change our cost of per unit from like $60 down to around $40 in Tucson. And then long term, we're going to move our production overseas, and that will allow us to get the production down to around $20, which will greatly increase our margins as we're keeping that price at $50.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciated that. Can you walk us through the startup costs and how you came up with a $70 price per unit?
Okay. So when it comes to the price, our first prototypes were made in Mexico. They were produced at around $60 because of the exchange rate, which is why we looked for someone to help us produce here in Tucson locally, and we're able to bring the price down a lot more. So right now we wouldn't make a lot of profit on them, but moving to Tucson, we would be making them for around 30, 40, like Jensen just mentioned, and we would have about a $20 margin, even if we brought our prices down to 50 or 40, which is more than we do now.
Yeah, and to add on to that, to touch on the price, like why we are choosing the price we are targeting that premium segment. So this, at $50, that would put us perfectly in line with other premium options in the market, and it's substantially higher than the like 20 to 30 that one of those cheap traditional pads would cost. So it shows that we are differentiating ourselves in the market as a more premium option.
Thank you all for the presentation. I skipped hip thrusts literally last night at the gym because I didn't have a pad. So very, very time appropriate. My question is analysis of consumers spending for the quality that increased. Did you all look at the consumer trends to spend additional funds for your product?
Yeah, so we did. We actually submitted out a survey. We had around 108 total respondents. And one of our primary questions on that, we were targeting the price. So with the price, people were sort of subjective to your standard price of a pad that you see today. But with that, countering that, they did say that they'd be willing to pay a premium price for a premium good of something of the sorts.
So the examples that you showed from Amazon had hip thrust pads for like $20, right? So I have it here. Like, what's the clear UVP that's gonna make me pay 3 times as much for a hip pad?
Yeah, so The difference between one of these pads and our pad is that these are built for, like you can see on, I think, up here, it says that it's like a squat pad as well as a hip thrust pad, so it's built for multiple different exercises. So when you're doing hip thrust, it actually isn't perfectly built for your hip bones, so it is much less comfortable. So for people who take the exercise really seriously, it's worth paying more to get something specifically just for hip thrust because it is so much more comfortable and more stable under those heavier loads.
I'd like to add on that as well if I can. We do with our pad, we're offering a multi-layer density foam. So it's actually 2 different kinds of foams in the pad. Rather with your standard pad, you're only getting 1. And with that as well, we've changed the closure of the pad. So instead of it sitting directly on your body and causing any form of chafing, it's now a hidden closure, so you won't have any interaction with any skin.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, we're waiting for.
We may need this back.
All right, our next team is going to be Tabby. While they get set up, I'll entertain you. I could do hand puppets, or I'll give you an exercise. This is an exercise that we do in class sometimes, okay? Everybody knows what a clock looks like, right? So I want you to look up at the ceiling and imagine there's a clock. That's 12 o'clock, and there's 3 o'clock, and there's 6 o'clock, and there's 9 o'clock, okay? So point your fingers up at the ceiling looking at that clock and start going clockwise from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, and continue to do that. All right? As you do that, start to bring your hand down closer and closer to your body until your hand is below your head. And now observe your finger. What do you notice? That's right. You notice going from clockwise to counterclockwise. What we teach our students a lot about is perspective. And that's perspective. When I'm looking at it this way, it looks to be clockwise. When I look at it this way, it looks to be counterclockwise. Perspective is an important piece of entrepreneurial behavior. How you look at things and how you approach things will determine how you provide opportunities for those things. All right. You guys ready?
Wonderful.
I'm here to entertain. I'm here all week, no problem. Okay, with that, Tabby.
Every morning, millions of people do something surprisingly inefficient. They wait for their coffee. We are Tabby, and we've reinvented one of the most habitual products on the planet. No cafe lines, no brewing, no wait time. Just your favorite cup of coffee, anywhere and anytime. Tabby is an effervescent coffee tablet that dissolves in both hot and cold water, giving you a new way to drink your favorite coffee drinks on the go. Looking at the coffee industry as a whole, this is a $500 billion industry, and it continues to grow. Tabby itself falls into the on-the-go segment, which is $340 billion. Just 1% of this is $3.4 billion, which just happens to be the attainable market for Tabby, and this is based off of industry standards. Looking into a little more in depth of that on-the-go segment, Tabby does have some competitors, but none of them have what make Tabby Tabby. None of them are effervescent, and none of them dissolve in both hot and cold water. This sets Tabby apart. It gives us a first mover advantage, and it catches our consumers' attention. Other ways that we plan to get our consumers' attention is through our marketing plan. We have a heavy marketing plan that we have based off of our benchmark companies, Armor Colostrum and AG1. This starts with our esports.
So, esports is huge, with 640 million viewers worldwide, and by sponsoring these events, we'd be able to gain at least 37 million impressions and a 300% ROI. Plus, Tabby is exactly what gamers are looking for. We're both healthy and effervescent and efficient.
To supplement our esports, we also have in-person activations. We have booths at marathons, and we plan to have pop-ups at fitness and wellness events. Moving on to the digital side of marketing, Tabby has chosen 2 podcasts that we'd love to work with. These 2 podcasts not only align with our key demographic, but the podcast way of being able to listen to it on the go allows our consumers to drink their coffee and hear about us anywhere. Where are they going to be able to find these products? We have a 5-phase distribution plan. This starts with online with Shopify, where we will also have a subscription service. Phase 2 is B2B trade shows along with in-person events.
Our team has identified 3 coffee trade shows taking place in the U.S. here in our first year of business, and this is the perfect place for us to build relationships with retailers as well as meet coffee enthusiasts.
Moving on to phase 3, this is when we jump into the retail space. We have chosen to start locally at AJ's Fine Foods due to its close proximity, along with our familiarity of the brand. Moving on to phase 4, we hope to expand nationwide in the natural org segment. After this, we will expand even further to on-demand segments. Think hospitals, airports, anywhere where people might be stressed and don't have the time or energy to be waiting for their coffee. The coffee products that we keep talking about, we are starting with Tabby Latte and Tabby Coffee. Tabby Latte is the product that is in front of you today. After this, we will move on to health and functional segments of coffee before expanding to value packs and eventually ending with flavored coffee.
So how is this possible? We already did it. We were able to make a prototype that we're really proud of, using 5 simple ingredients, the most important of which being citric acid and baking soda, which together allow the coffee to bond itself to the water molecules more efficiently. And building off of that, we are currently talking to the founder of Nutrition Innovation, Alan Roberts, who has 25 years of experience in this industry, and using that experience will be able to help us with every step of the process, including getting us in contact with fair trade coffee suppliers. Some of the things we really love about Nutrition Innovation are the fact that they're both FDA and FTC compliant, and we'll be allowed to keep our intellectual property rights.
And based off of our manufacturing, we have established our product pricing at $12 for our 10-pack online and $18 for the refill online. And you may notice that there is a $2 increase in our pricing for selling in retail, and this is due to the fact that selling in the natural org segment that we want to be a part of, there is a third-party stocking system required to sell in these stores, such as Kihei, so we have already allocated those additional costs into that pricing point. Now, a deeper look into Tabby's financials. These financials are driven by repeat customer behavior, and most importantly, based off of our key benchmark companies who have Armron AG1, who not only reinvested 20% of their revenue each month back into marketing, but they also focused on the daily subscription consumption model, which we are also doing. And with this, Tabby has year 1 unit sales in our 10-pack of 13,000 units and our refill pack of 9,000 units. And this brings our year 1 revenue to $170,000. And with the scaling that Tabby has set forth, by year 5, we are able to have net sales in our 10-pack of 56 million units and 22 million units of our retail pack, giving Tabby a $784 million in revenue in year 5. And once again, this path to $1 billion in revenue is based off of those key benchmarks that we have talked about, and most importantly, the daily subscription consumption model. Tabby does not need 56 million customers to hit these goals. Instead, we just need a few million customers that are consistently buying our product and using it every day. And most importantly, moving on to the funding, our ask to make this possible is $500,000 for 12.5% equity, which sets us up perfectly for our projected Series A funding. And most importantly, Tabby is not making a better coffee. Instead, we are additionally making a better way to consume it. And this is what scales brand to $1 billion business.
You guys did a great job. And actually, my husband and I fight every morning on who's going to get up and make the coffee, so it definitely resonates. Talk to me about one tablet. What size cup of coffee does that make? You said you can do it hot and cold. Does it matter? Does the dissolving time change, et cetera, based on your usage case?
So for each tablet, it's about 1 cup of coffee, so I think that's somewhere between 8 and 12 ounces, and it can be dissolved in hot or cold water. I mean, obviously hot water tends to just activate any real chemical that you put in it faster, but it isn't by enough to really matter, so you could do either. Yeah.
Great presentation. What is the shelf life of these? How long can they hold before they have expired?
Based off of our conversations with our manufacturer, once we're able to manufacture this in a closed environment with limited humidity, that is what is really going to extend the shelf life of this product. And then it'll be a 1-year shelf life once it is produced and then to be sold and everything.
Thank you for the presentation. I love coffee. As you can all do. I have 2 questions. I didn't see the electrolytes listed in ingredients. You mentioned that it's coffee with electrolytes, but I didn't see that in the ingredients.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for asking about that. So the electrolytes kind of fall into the same category as our calm and other varieties we hope to expand to in the future. Those 5 ingredients are for our base latte, and then we hope once we're familiar and we have a customer base, we'll add in those products too. So the current ones, no electrolytes. In the future, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Question number 2, on your line, if you want to go back to the financials, I see a negative 337. And then your number 2, you start with 100,000. How do you expect to go from negative 357, 358 actually, and then going to a positive 800,000 year 2?
That is a great question, and we thank you for that. Our whole plan is to really invest in our marketing really strongly in year 1 to build that initial brand awareness and consumer base. And so with this, we have planned a lot of those marketing events starting in year 1, and it does bring us into the negatives. However, once we have that established consumer base, we are really anticipating that sales will grow into year 2 and beyond.
Talk to us about your moat to protect the $1 billion or $500 million coffee mafia from taking you over.
Yes, so once we finally finalize our product and get our formula with nutrition innovation, we are able to get a provisional patent and then a full patent because our formula for the product is patentable. And so that will help protect our specific formulation that we have found, and it will keep the big coffee companies out.
So thank you guys. I think very thorough presentation. Clearly you guys are passionate about it. Thank you. I think a lot of us love coffee. We spend a lot of time doing it just before this. So it is a competitive and saturated market. I think one that you guys obviously are willing to take the challenge on. But can you talk to me a little bit more about your pricing strategy? What is the unit cost for the glass, the little container, like all in? Because I know you talked about the retail and online. And then also the distribution channel, when you talk about pricing and shipping, how does that play into your strategy?
Yes, so great question. Our price point to produce 1 tablet is 35 cents, and then there is 10 of those in the 10-pack, and then the glass bottle is $1 for each. And so with that, it comes out to be about $4 to produce for us, and we are selling it for $12, giving us a high margin. And then it is a little cheaper, a greater margin for the refill pack because we are not paying for that glass vial, and the bags are cheaper with that. Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, our next team will be ERA. They're going to come down and load up their slides. I don't have anything entertaining to say in the next few seconds because these guys are going to be very quick, but I'll think of something. It's been really interesting to watch these teams develop over the last year. I mean, when you first watched their very first presentation on the ideation piece to this point, the journey for them has been incredible. One of the most uplifting things for me is to watch how they've matured across this year. They They started out with a little reluctance, a little skepticism, and some concern about, can I deliver, can I do? And they've turned out to be an incredibly confident group of students that I think not only represent the McGuire Center well, but represent the University of Arizona very well. And so happy with the work they're doing. With that, I will turn it over to Era.
Awesome. Thank you.
Picture yourself in that restaurant. The music's loud and there's conversations everywhere. Your loved ones are talking to you, so you smile and nod, but you can't actually hear what they're saying. For 40 million Americans, this is everyday life. But they fail to take the step to get hearing aids because they're bulky, expensive, and carry a stigma. So they fade into the background, missing life's best moments, all because hearing has become exhausting. That is exactly why ERA was born. ERA is thin, affordable, and hidden. It uses bone-conducting technology to filter frequencies, making voices loud and clear, so you no longer have to lean in, read lips, or say what? It's time to get back to the activities you love and enjoy the clarity of the conversation.
On the screen is a pair of reading glasses, something you can walk into a CVS and buy in minutes. You don't need a prescription, you don't wear them all day, you use them when you need them. Think of ERA like the reading glasses for your eyes, but for your ears. It's a situational solution, not a medical commitment. Because for millions, the problem isn't constant, it's in certain situations where clarity breaks down. And today, their only option is a permanent clinical device. ERA changes things. It's discreet, accessible, and fits seamlessly into everyday life. Now that we understand why this is important, it's time to see where our competitors fall short. Today, the market falls into 3 categories: medical hearing aids, earbuds like the Apple AirPods Pro, and passive filters like loop earplugs. They all share the same problem. They sit inside the ear, blocking the ear canal, causing discomfort, and even making people seem like you're less approachable. ERA is different. It sits outside the ear, keeping the ear open and the device hidden. A simple everyday solution for real conversation. ERA uses an active hearing filter to reduce background noise while keeping human speech clear. Using bone conduction technology, sound travels through the skull, keeping the ear canal open and comfortable. It attaches discreetly behind the ear using a medical-grade adhesive. No charging, no pairing, no maintenance. The simplicity is what makes it adoptable. On the development side, we have built our prototype and are manufacturing with ED2 Engineering here in Tucson. What you see on the screen is the technology behind our current prototype, and housed in the 3D printed case being passed around. And next, our engineers will focus on miniaturizing the device into something that looks discreet and sleek, just like this. We are currently in the patent application process to protect our technology and our design.
This isn't a niche problem. Early stage hearing difficulties represent a $15.7 billion opportunity, but most of it it's not targeted because current solutions don't fit how people actually live. We're targeting adults 50 years and older with mild to moderate hearing difficulty who are not ready for a medical solution yet. We're starting in the US, where frustration is highest and adoption happens fastest. With just 1% of market segmentation, this represents a $50 million first-year revenue opportunity. And the demand is already there. ERA is just the first solution built specifically for this stage of hearing difficulty. This gives us immediate scale, a clear entry point, and room to expand to other markets like younger adults in high-noise environments. We know this demand is real. Since September, we've been actively validating this through conversations with audiologists, interviews with potential users, and surveys to our target audience. The responses are always consistent. People do experience early stage hearing loss, but don't want a hearing aid. They want something simple, discreet, and situational. And if you've ever been in a loud restaurant, struggling to hear the person right across you, you've already experienced the need of ERA. Our go-to-market strategy is built around reliability. Risk and regulatory changes, especially the introduction to over-the-counter hearing devices, have made it possible for solutions like ERA to reach consumers more directly. That's why we're starting both online and direct to consumer. We're using situational marketing in places like restaurants, meetings, and social settings, places where people already feel the pain. From there, we're going to build trust through demos and user-driven content to later on expand into retail clinics and workspace partnerships.
Earlier this year, we surveyed people in our target demographic, and their average willingness to pay for Euro is $292. We're undercutting that and selling it for $200, but we're using a razor and blade model, which will be supported by our adhesive stickers. We're going to sell them for $15, and it's going to create us reoccurring revenue. Our material cost per unit is $30, and that makes our gross margin 83%. Our net profit margin is 55%, and we assume that we'll make $9 million in revenue in year 5. Taking an average of the 3 valuation methods that we learned in class, we're worth $3 million, and we're asking for $150,000 in exchange for 5% equity, which would bring our post-money valuations to $3.15 million. This is a more detailed breakdown about how we plan to spend our funds, and with an emphasis on miniaturizing the product in front of you.
There are our next steps. We are ERA, helping people hear life when it matters most. Thank you, guys.
Judges, questions?
Nice presentation. Understand the need, right? Been at a game, can't hear the person next to me, right? So I get it. So my first question is, how confident are you that you're able to miniaturize that device small enough to meet your UVP of it being, easily placed and not visible?
Yeah, so we actually had several engineering meetings with our team at ED2 in Tucson, and they specialize in miniaturization of frequency devices, and they are pretty confident that they can take that piece you see right now and make it to at least 1/8 of that size.
Wonderful presentation. I'll tell you, you had me at situational solution, because I think that's actually going to broaden your TAM much larger than what you actually think. I don't fit into your age category, but I am a sports mom, and I find myself as a business person in very loud conference rooms where you can't hear things, and so I think your addressable market is bigger. I think the bigger thing is, can you get it to that size? And then on the pricing strategy, just at 5% margin is right now where you're sitting?
Our margin for what? Our gross margin is 83%.
Your net margin, I think it was.
55%.
Oh, 55. I think I saw 5. Maybe you need to look at it. But if it is, and you guys can get it, I think you guys are onto something here.
Thank you.
Great job. 3 letters, FDA.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not sure if you're familiar, if anyone is, but in 2017, Trump made an act that kind of debunked the monopoly of hearing aids, and in 2022 it got passed, and so that's exactly where ERA is going to fit in. We can be non-medical, non-prescription, over-the-counter, and still do what we want to do with our hearing.
Is there a world where these are not only over the counter, but they're being used in the medical, replacing what is currently being used?
Absolutely. I think we're not competing directly with hearing aids. We don't want to compete directly with them. We just want to be the hearing solution you go to first. So we're just there for when you have situational hearing loss and you need that support.
Did I hear you right? You said the unit for price is $14?
Our material cost per unit is $30.
So the unit and then the gross margin is 50% of that?
So our gross margin is 83%. It's $30 out of 200, and then our net profit margin is 55%.
So what would be the final cost for the unit?
For like the consumer,
Yeah.
200, and then we have a razor and blade model. It's $15 for the stickers, and depending on how frequently you use it.
And then if we can go to the competition, you have the there. I don't think AirPods. I'm a little confused because they're not hearing aids. So we're looking at all these earplugs, AirPods Pro, but they're not in the same right niche because they're not hearing aids. Why are we comparing this product to those?
Right, so that's actually a question that we've gotten a few times is about the AirPods, so we decided to include it. They have new features on the newest model like transparency mode and conversation mode. It doesn't necessarily do the same thing we would do, but people do sometimes consider those as a speech clarity device with those new functions.
So, does it work?
So the stage that we're currently in is that prototype that we have from our engineers right now. We're in a testing phase where we're hooking it up to our computer and we're running frequencies through it with a digital audio workstation. We're using Ableton as our digital audio workstation to run frequencies through it, and we're holding it up to our phone, and we're currently running tests with it.
Okay,
to see
and
what
the
it
last
does.
question, thanks. Your razor blade model, right? Typically on a razor blade model, the razor, you're making it so it's easily accessible to the customer. So trying with an 83% margin on your razor, maybe you're prohibiting the customer from getting access to it, right? So have you thought about lowering the price, like $99 or $50 or something like that to make it more accessible to the consumer?
We thought about it, but $200 is well under the traditional hearing aid, which is multiple times more than that. So a $200 price tag is already undercutting the hearing aid market that people are willing to pay thousands of dollars for.
All right.
Thank you.
Our next team is Barricade Blinds. And they're going to take a second to move their prototype into position. And I can entertain you while they do. No? Okay. Got a little soft shoe. No takers? Part of the requirements for working for Barricade Blinds is you have to be able to work out and lift heavy weights and use them. I'm standing stuck behind it.
Picture this. Right here, during the new venture competition, we get word that there's an active shooter nearby. Now, our first instinct is to climb up these stairs to attempt to lock down and barricade the door, but when every second matters, this is insufficient. Students, teachers, and parents deal with these fears daily in the school system. Excuse me. Since 2018, there's been nearly 1,000 acts of gun violence on school grounds. And since 1999's Columbine tragedy, over 390,000 students have experienced a school shooting. The reality, though, is that these are not just statistics. Every student you see here today is among the generation experiencing this surge in chaos across America. We grew up learning lockdown drills similar to this one, and these procedures have not been changed since the decade ago that we were in elementary school. The problem is that schools today lack built-in defense systems against active shooters. And our solution to this problem is Barricade Blinds. Barricade Blinds is the world's first ever built-in instantaneous ballistic window and door shade. Barricade Blinds falls at speed and locks into place on all sides, all without requiring any external power. Within seconds, Barricade Blinds can turn any classroom into a safe room. The blinds themselves are deployed via remote control inside the classroom, and once they drop and lock, an impenetrable barrier is created between a classroom and an outside threat. But the magic of Barricade Blinds is in the shade itself. Our shade contains two ballistic materials,
Kevlar, and an ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene. Kevlar is very strong and inherently flame resistant, but in the case of a sprinkler system going off, it loses its strength by 20%, which is why we've decided to pair it with the polyethylene that is waterproof to create the strongest, most flexible fabric for barricade blinds. And now Steven's going to talk about this beautiful prototype.
Awesome, thank you, Brooke. So as you can see, we already have a scale model of it with the working mechanism to let it drop automatically. What we currently need is to bring in some engineering to not only scale it down, but also to add the metal or frame around it. With that, we're going to do this over the next 2 years, and we're looking at overall having this in every classroom in America.
All right, so out of the few competitors that we do have, we know that none provide immediate secure protection at all points of entry. We know that there is a clear gap in the market. Now, barricade blinds introduces a whole new category by combining that rapid deployment with the advanced waterproof ballistic fabric. Barricade blinds isn't just a competitor here, we are truly creating a new standard. Now, on this next slide, we see a large and scalable market opportunity. We know that the global ballistic protection market represents a TAM of over $20 billion, while the market for US schools and public institutions is about $8 billion, and then finally, our initial focus, being those private and charter schools, is going to be about a $2.9 billion entry market, allowing us to establish early pilots and revenue before actually expanding. Now, to reach customers, we are focusing on direct outreach, on-site demonstrations, attendance at those national trade shows and safety conferences, as well as partnerships with organizations like IACP, who will essentially act as an extension of our own sales force, directly recommending barricade blinds to buyers. Now, on this next slide here, we are finalizing our website, which is going to help with our sales strategy and can further assist decision makers in helping and moving from interest to actually helping barricade blinds make a difference in school systems today. Now, in terms of sales, instead of having decision makers fully commit upfront, we are focusing here on targeted outreach along with paid pilot programs. Now, once a pilot actually deems successful, we will be moving into larger multi-unit contracts. We are also going to be leveraging third-party lead generation to help get barricade blinds in front of the best qualified buyers much faster. With all of this, Gab will be taking over for financials.
Thank you, Janie. When looking at financials, you'll see two main spikes in revenue, which occur in month 24 and then once again in month 31. In month 24, that's when we're going to have our selected pilot programs roll out. And then in month 31, that's when we'll have our full-scale launch. Our revenues will continue to increase, and in year 5, we're projecting $37.8 million in revenue. Now, looking at our fundraising, using the Burkiss method, we got a pre-money valuation of $1.2 million. We're looking for $150,000 in equity-based financing, and with that, we'll be able to continue engineering our product, continue prototyping, to further develop our marketing and sales strategy, and most importantly, roll out those pilot programs. Now, behind me is our runway and growth chart. We demonstrate very promising growth. Even at 50% revenue, we're still very cash positive. We have a very lean burn rate, and you can see that $150,000 equity investment is going to carry into those pilot programs. I'm going to pass it over to Steve to go on our next steps as a company.
Thanks, Gavin. So currently we're staying in Tucson, Arizona. The reason being we're U of A students, and the community has given us so much, as well as U of A's resources. Not only that, they've been able to partner us with CEOs of multiple different companies, such as Black Bar and ED2, to help us with flexible engineering for our prototype. What we currently have is a niche problem in the market and a solution to solve that. So over the next 2 years, what we're going to be doing is not only doing ballistics testing, scaling throughout not only the Tucson area, but the US, and putting pilots in every school in America. At the end of the day, we want to make classrooms safer, and we'd love for you to be a part of that mission. Thank you very much, and I'd love to open the floor for questions.
Great job. As a mom, I love this idea. I have my middle schooler here with me, so he's part of that generation that thinks about this. So talk to me about your pricing. I saw kind of unit prices and then full pricing. Does that include installation? Are they all custom orders? You know, as I think about schools. So talk to me a little bit about how you price it and how you install.
Yeah, so what we did for our base pricing, we kind of took the average door frame and based it off that. We know that's it's 8 feet by 4 feet, correct? Yeah, as the average door frame. And we're able to kind of develop how our pricing will work based on that. And that also does include the installation price on that for our unit price or for our costs and everything.
Thank you for that. And I think, I think to your question, there's a lot of, I know you guys pictured a lot of windows. The sizing of windows is all over the place. And, I think thinking about cost of how that's going to impact your strategy, I think, it's worth a look. Additionally, you talked about schools, and when you're dealing with schools, to get them to spend money becomes a challenge. Have you guys thought through how you're going to incentivize them to fund these spaces? And especially when you're talking about safety, people want a guarantee. So how are we going to guarantee safety and their potential legal things that you guys have thought through?
Yeah, so we're hoping to guarantee safety through our ballistics testing to really show that barricade blinds is the best possible option for the problem that we've identified. And through that as well, we've done customer discovery. We've reached out to school districts not only here in Arizona, but also in Chicago. We've also reached out to law enforcement, got some information on them in our customer discovery. We do also in our appendix have some grants that we've provided to them as well that we're waiting on feedback from, that these schools will be able to research and see what works best for their district, so that once the district discusses what the best possible option is for them financially, it'll be a viable option for them.
Just to add on to that, for the actual mechanism, it's the same for every single window and door system. The only customizable aspect is actually the shade, so that keeps down cost and makes it very easy to put into any window or door throughout any school. Thank you for your question.
I have 5 children. This is like a nightmare for a parent, and I love your solution. My kind of tagging on to that is government initiatives, grants, really looking at how schools can afford this, because that has been a challenge. So not necessarily a question, I encourage you to look into that arm. This though is not only school-based. Did you do any research on private companies, corporations, homes? What is that demand for something like this outside of the school system that is so heavily restricted with money?
Yeah, so do you want to go to the appendix slide with all that?
And I'm sorry, to be clear, I think they should all spend the money on solutions like this. So,
yes,
but that's a challenge you're going to have to overcome. But outside of that program, can you talk a little bit about other areas?
Our goal is to make it easy.
Yeah, so we have a plan for our different phases. So of course we're starting with private and charter schools to generate revenue early, test those pilots as well. Moving into public schools, and then of course really the sky's the limit. We can, there's hospitals, airports, stadiums, a lot of institutions that do need immediate safety, even religious institutions, which is always going to be an issue sometimes. So phase 4, we have looked ahead at luxury retail, hospital, homes. Even in Arizona, you see when you go up into the foothills, those huge homes with just the glass, like you can see into the kitchen, see into the living room, things like that. So those homeowners are wanting immediate protection for their homes when they're gone or when they're on vacation. So looking ahead is always smart, and we have a little plan for that in phase 4.
All right.
That's it. Thank you, guys. Let me just close my.
I've been given some guidance that we need to give a little bit more time for our judges between rounds. So I apologize for rushing you guys, making your decisions quickly. We're going to slow it down a little bit. I'll tell a story. I won't tell a joke because I'm not good at jokes. But one of the things that we talk to our students about, at least one of the things that I talk to our students about when I lecture, for those of you that I've worked with in the past or that have known me, prior to coming to the McGuire Center, I was a partner at Diamond Ventures, and I built their private equity side. So it's a family office that's a private equity line of business. And we did technology investments in looking at a variety of different types of what I call trends, right? One of the big trends we invested in is the trend around big data, right? The fact that data is not getting any smaller. Data is not necessarily the new oil, it's the new electricity, in the sense that data will be used for literally every decision that you have to make. One of the things that I try to teach our students as an investor, what I look for when I talk to a company is I look for a couple things. I look for market fit. Do you have a good market fit? Is there market opportunity that can make a difference? Is there a market niche that you can fill? If it's a competitive market, you have to look at the rule of three, that in any large market there could be 3 significant competitors. So I look at market fit. I look at things like customer acquisition costs, right? How much does it cost to acquire your first customer? Well, that's great. How much does it cost to acquire your 1,000th customer? Because if it's a linear kind of exercise, it's not a business that scales well. But most importantly, the thing that you look at from an investment perspective is always the management team. It's always the team. What have they done? What is their vision? What are their leadership skills? And so forth. And I believe that what you're seeing here today is the next generation of entrepreneurs developing those skills and demonstrating those skills here. Think about what they did is they took an idea, and from that idea they took and created an opportunity set with it. And from that opportunity set they developed prototypes. They've run some pretty significant financials. They've done a lot of what-if analysis to determine what's the best way to get to market. How do I get to market either alone or with partners? And what's the best way for me not only to get into market, but to survive once I get to market? And I got to tell you, it's great to see kind of the output of all of that endeavor and all that work. So I want to just congratulate all of them for that. And I think I'm getting to the point where my judges are ready to go for the next round. Ready to go? Okay. The next round is Scrabella. Go ahead, take it away.
Good. Okay. For years, washing your dishes has been accepted as a mundane and tiring everyday chore. The invention of the dishwasher and nonstick pots and pans promised us a break from washing your dishes. However, on average, Americans still spend around 25 minutes per day washing your dishes. Think about it. You're not just throwing your pots and pans in the dishwasher. It takes your energy and hard work to make them clean.
And your fine china and your crystal stemware, you're not throwing that in the dishwasher. It's just going to shatter.
Not to mention the sponges and brushes that you're using are unhygienic after just 1 to 2 weeks of use.
Look at the toothbrush. Sonicare revolutionized this industry by inventing the first ever electric toothbrush. They made it easier, more hygienic, and more enjoyable. We want to do the same exact thing, but for the dishwashing industry, by introducing Scrabella, the first electric scrubber designed and marketed specifically towards washing your dishes. Its dishwasher-safe, replaceable brush heads make this product very versatile. As you can see, go back to that slide. As you can see, steel wool, you can use that for your heavy-duty pots and pans. You can use your soft bristles for your fine china. We even have a water bottle brush head. Its sleek and luxurious design will make it easy to hold in your hand and will enhance the look and feel of any kitchen countertop. And last but not least, its charging base will be the first of its kind and make it easy to charge and store.
We started this last fall with just the basic idea to revolutionize this industry. We have our first prototype, which was obviously big and clunky, but just a proof of concept. We have narrowed it down since then, but we still have a little ways to go to get to that luxury feel that we're looking for. We have some other products we want to bring to market in the future. The same basic idea, but with soap reservoir and soap dispensing within it, so just so you get that all in one, as well as a UV cleaner for the brush heads, just to play on our hygiene aspect of our brand, and then a mini version, which is just kind of the budget friendly.
Yeah, so who's going to buy this? We're going to focus on the dish cleaning industry, which has a lot of large companies right now, but very minimal innovation within the industry itself. So this gives us a first mover advantage when we're creating our own subcategory. So we're going to focus on the design-conscious households who really value that premium, quality, and aesthetic tool. So what's our market breakdown? Our TAM is the premium luxury home and living market, which is globally worth $144.35 billion. Our SAM, narrowing it down a little, is the high-end kitchen utility market, which is worth $25.5 billion. And our SUM, these are the people we really want to target
and is a little wonky as we're trying to figure it out with a new subcategory, but we've determined that to be the affluent, design-conscious consumers and is worth $7.5 billion. So how are we going to market to these people? First off, we're going to take advantage of the fact we're local here in Tucson and attend the Saba Home and Garden Show that happens in March. Now, this is one of the nation's largest home shows, and having that face-to-face interaction with our customers can give us a huge boost. Keeping on the local fact, we are partnering with Noah Fafifa, the U of A quarterback, so that his following gains recognition of our product. And then as we move on, we'll partner with influencers who have an overlapping demographic with ours to gain that reach. And we also have our Facebook and Instagram, which is live right now. You can follow us at scruballa.llc and have that organic following as well. And then last but not least, we're also going to have a subscribe and save promotion, much like how Amazon does, so that our customers can have our replaceable heads shipped to their door at any interval they want. So where are we going to sell this? We're going to focus on direct-to-consumer, online, as well as specialty retail. For the specialty retail, we're going to start in the United States by partnering with places like Williams-Sonoma and Crate & Barrel, where we actually did in-person research last fall. And then when we go international, we have a plethora of partnerships that we can choose from, ranging from Singapore to the UK.
So let's break down those sales channels. In year one, we're just going to focus on that international or the US market as well as our online retailers. So we're going to go for 6,000 units in that year, and then we're going to continue with just the US market through year 3, and then in year 4, we're going to really jump into that international market using our brand traction at this point to really expand quickly, giving us 172,000 units. And then in year 4, all of those channels get expanded, giving us 390,000 units. So here's kind of the revenue that goes along with those sales. And we began sales in month 7 and become profitable in month 13. And then by year 5, we have $18.6 million in revenue. We are going to need a little bit of funding to get started here, though. So we're asking for $100,000 based on our $1.4 million pre-money evaluation. This is a 6.6% ownership stake. And then we also are going to raise $50,000 just from us. So that $150,000 is going to be used in the following way, mostly for manufacturing setup, as well as getting that minimum order quantity in that first round of inventory, as well as the legal expenses with getting a patent. With that cash, we're going to be able to stay cash positive with 100% of our projected sales, 50% of our projected sales. We only go cash negative with only 25% of our projected sales, and that's in month 14. We would need additional funding at this point. So as you can see, with this funding, we're going to be able to grow pretty quickly and become significant competitors in the dish scrubbing industry.
Scruballa is engineered to make your life easier, more enjoyable, and more hygienic. So join us as we revolutionize the kitchen cleaning industry. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. I hate doing dishes, so I get it. And pots are worse. So with that in mind, you just talked about intellectual property right there at the end of it. So what do you think is your patentable component? I don't know how easy it's going to be to patent an electronic brush per se. So what do you see being a patentable component?
So with just kind of the overall design and stuff, we can obviously get a design patent on that, but we're hoping to get this. Oh, this one's working. We're hoping to get an apparatus patent just with the charging base and with all the other components together.
Okay, so more like a system approach.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Okay, because the design patent, you're going to be fighting that one all day long, right?
Great presentation. I have 2 questions. Are there actually any electric dish, does this exist at all? Is there anything electric as we speak?
Yeah,
On the market?
so there are electric scrubbers out there. They're just not marketed towards washing your dishes. They're more like your kitchen, like your bathroom sink, or it's more like the countertops, not specifically the dish.
So it doesn't exist. I was going to say, gosh, I wish I need one. And then my second question, this is the mom question. I do a gazillion dishes, and so do my kids, because they have chores. How safe is putting a scrubber that's been in the water on a charger that is plugged in? What's the safety aspect for my children or myself with that charging unit with something wet?
So the charging base doesn't actually plug in anywhere. It's inductive charging, so it's just kind of like when you plug in your phone and you just set it on the platform, it's like that. So it's completely waterproof.
This is more of a comment. I would definitely look deeper into all of your startup costs. There's something for tooling. Just the tooling, in my opinion, will be $100,000. Just an example. And you've got the regulatory aspects like UL and all that, CE. So I'd ask you to really think about those elements.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry if I missed it, but tell me how much one is going to cost, and then what are kind of people spending on kind of normal, how many sponges do they buy a year, et cetera. So kind of what's the investment and what habits are people changing around what their purchases are?
Yeah, so we have it priced at $69.95 in retail. For our retailers, we are going to sell it to them at 55% of that, so that's $38.47, and it costs us $24 per unit to make. And then we have projected right now that 20% of our customers are going to buy additional scrubbers each month. So.
And then to go on to your sponge, so a pack of 3 sponges, last I looked, was about $5-6. Let's do $5. Say you're supposed to replace them every 3 weeks. Now, that's about twice a month. So then per month you're spending $10, and then times 12, that's $120 in sponges. That's assuming you are actually throwing out your sponges. And using that correctly. Now, a lot of people don't already do that, but
they should.
They should.
Yeah.
And so even if it's not like cost effective for 1 year, as years go on, it definitely will be.
Just on that, because I appreciate you guys have follow-on products, and the UV Cleaner would be one. You might want to just think through how that competes against your replacement costs.
Yeah.
So you might have a little bit of a conflict there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Real quick, thank you for the presentation. It's been ambitious. You have different products, a brush, you do dishes, glasses and all that. Have you identified the cost for each product? Each attachment?
No, the brush heads or
Yes.
So the brush heads, a pack of 3 is the $14.95, and then it's $5.40 cost of goods sold.
And then the sponges, I saw like 5 different attachments.
Yeah. So that pack of 3 is just like a variety pack. So you get 3 of like those 5 that we showed. It's just like 3 of those that you order.
Yeah, and each pack will be like a different mix of them, and that's kind of a normalized. It doesn't matter which 3 you're getting. It's kind of more of a.
They come in a combo.
They come in a combo.
3-pack combo.
So you can choose your different brush heads that you want to
Yes.
order.
It is the same cost for all of them.
Yes.
Roughly.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I will give the judges time. Story time. While the judges are working. So when we teach our entrepreneurial students, we give them a variety of different approaches and skills. And one of the things that we try to teach is around the consequences of decision, but mostly on second order effects. You make a decision, and what's the second order effect? One of my favorite stories to tell is an Anheuser-Busch story. How many Budweiser drinkers do you have out there? How many Anheuser-Busch drinkers besides my students do you have out here? Okay, a fair number. So many years ago, Anheuser-Busch ran a program, it's a true story, that said, if your bar ever runs out of beer, the next one's on us. What a great, kind of hook, right? A little loyalty to the brand, a little loyalty to the bar. What the bar discovered, and what their patrons discovered is, hey, we can just open the taps and let the beer flow, and let it flow on the ground if it needs to, because we can start getting free beer, and we can start providing free beer for our customers. While it was an interesting approach, an interesting marketing kind of approach, people weren't paying attention to the second order effect of that decision. The decision was, we'll give you the next drink's on us, but you can game the system by just opening the taps and letting the beer flow freely. So part of the challenge that we give our students is, based on the decisions that you are making as a company and as a team, what's the second order effect? What happens when you make that decision? And those are some of the things that they present here today when they talk about, based on some of your questions. Judges, how are we doing? You guys all set? Ready to go to the next round? Okay. I give you Fun Draft.
Hello everybody, we are Fun Draft. Did you know that 12 days is on average how long it takes professional grant writers to find just 5 good funders for the companies they're working for? Along with that, 80 to 200 hours is how long it takes to write one single grant on average for these small nonprofit companies. And those same applications only have a 10% chance of getting accepted. And if you use a basic wage of about $25 an hour, that means these companies are spending about $2,000 to $5,000 on something that they only have a 10% chance of getting. And that's where our product comes in. We turn your story into funding. So we are a full suite automation software for small nonprofit companies. And as you can see behind me is a live demo of our product. Basically, companies will put their documents into our software, and our software will use that to learn about their company, so we can then find adequate funding opportunities for them, and also write the full grant and all the answers to the questions for them. Now to introduce you to the team that's bringing this idea to life, my name is Brendan.
I'm Ginger.
I'm Daniel.
I'm Sam.
Now to get into the opportunity, so $3 trillion is how much money, is the amount of money that was awarded in grants and contracts in 2025, and this is pretty much the pool of money that the companies using our product are trying to get after. And for our specific market, it is $5.5 billion, and this is represented by the size of the grant management software industry as a total. And $3.3 billion is a little more serviceable market for our company, which is more representative of small to mid-sized nonprofits who we're targeting. And then our 5-year revenue target is $5 million. And now to pass it to Ginger.
Thank you, Brendan. Looking at the next couple of years, we're going to have 3 phases. Phase 1 focuses on the individual, freelance grant writers, and small startup nonprofits. We're going to be capturing this audience by using paid social media and targeted email campaigns. Phase 2 expands a little bit more and focuses on research-funded projects and teams building and working on grants. To capture this audience, we want to work and build our connections, so we're planning on working with cities and local governments, especially ones that have small business organizations like the City of Tucson. Phase 3 focuses on scaling our business, expanding to larger nonprofits, and really focusing on capturing our audience by continuing having our customer service super specialized. Looking into our competitive landscape, currently you can find grant writing tools, but these are typically really expensive, and this doesn't fit for a nonprofits market. You can also find tools that will help you find the grants, but doesn't assist in the writing process. You could use a ChatGPT or a Claude. However, this isn't specialized, and it's still continuous work and tedious work to put in your documents. That's why we fit into this market so well. We're automated, and we are more affordable, which is perfect for our nonprofit audience. Passing it off to Daniel, who will talk more about our specific product.
Thank you, Ginger. Now getting into our business model, we're operating under a freemium model where we start with a free tier that allows them to get their hands on our product and actually see and feel the value we provide. Then, once they're hooked, we have the solo writer plan, which is perfect for the individuals and small nonprofits. Then, as it scales, the organizational tier is at $69 a month with a minimum of 3 seats, and this provides all the institutional knowledge and cohesion that they would need. Moving into our product, we basically bring all the painful parts of grant writing and discovery into one place. From discovery to drafting to submission and tracking, you never have to leave our website and never have to go and dig through different databases of information. We provide that all in one place, save you 10 times the time, and turn a tedious process into a winning application. Now I'll pass it off to Sam to get into our financials.
Thank you, Daniel. Now, looking at this team, very hardworking team, and we are working hard because we all want to make a big impact. That's why today we're very excited to announce that our official start date is going to be July 2026. With these next 2 months, we are going to be doing a testing with city leadership and different organizations around Tucson, and ultimately the entire United States. After year one, we're expecting around $30,000 in revenue. This is around 1,000 users. So with the 1,000 users, then next year is going to be our first market expansion. Yes, we're starting out with grants, get the traction going, but RFP market is almost three times the size of the grant market, allowing us to scale fast and scale effectively after doing grants. So then this moves us to year three. This is where we're going to have 25,000 users on estimate. This is where we have to go from, instead of with AI, we have to go cloud hosting, we have to host our own models. So that's where we have to pay for the infrastructure, the new computers, the new things to allow it to run, but also allows us to save so much money, almost 50% of our operating expenses. Going into year 4 and 5, this is where we're going to go VC funding, scholarships, anywhere where this workflow kind of works to give people funding to the right people to make a real impact in the world. Now looking at for how much we're asking. We're asking for $500,000 in pre-seed funding. This is roughly for 15% of the company. 10% is going to go from legal, which is insurance and accounting, and then 40% is going to be big product development. We need a developer who's experienced in risk management because we know with grants, RFPs, all these things comes useful documents and sensitive information. We have to know that this is secure and protected. That's what we're going to go outsource to get that information. And then 30% is going to be AI infrastructure. This is us training the models. This is us building the perfect product for our client that is perfect, fast, and able to win every grant for anyone that's using us. And then 20% is going to be sales and marketing. This is basically where we're going to get our first customers and really excel out of the gate. We'd like to invite you guys to join us in making an impact in the world and really allow everyone to get their funding. We're FundDirect, and please join us to fund the world.
Good job. I appreciate it. I write a lot of grants, so I get it, right? Tell me about the technology. Like, is it an LLM model? How are you guys building that stack?
Yeah, so the current technology is running off Claude and ChatGPT models, but using our proprietary backend kind of algorithm and workflow that allows the AI to pull from context, not get confused, not pull incorrect information, not get overloaded, and it can pull your perfect company information, match that with how to write winning grants, and then build you a strong first draft.
No, thank you for that. What is your current accuracy rate as of your initial testing, and what is going to be acceptable for you guys to actually launch? And then also, are you guys thinking about creating any guarantees associated with the grant writing?
Great question. So right now we're rolling out test users as well as conducting synthetic tests, so we can actually track that accuracy rate. And what we're aiming to go for is a minimum of 80% accuracy rate to start out when we launch in July. But that will be determined in the next couple of months, actually testing and looking at the data.
Quick question. Why is the cost so high in compared to the revenues? You go back to the financials. I'm just curious. I know there's a lot of cost, but year one, 200,000, and then your revenue. Why is such a? I know you have startup costs, but can you? And then you say you're gonna have 1,000 users, so it's 350. Is that per membership, per users?
That'll be I love those two questions. So answering the first one, why the costs are so high. This is for the first year. It's definitely because marketing is going to play a role in this, because we know that with SaaS and everything growing up so fast, we really have to do a dent. So spend a little more money in the first 2 years. But also with the new thing that OpenAI just came out with roughly a year ago, it's called the input and output accelerating costing method. It's basically where you're able to cost how much people are using AI. So like an output in tokens. So like when AI gives me an output, it costs more than me asking AI to do these things. So there's a formula that goes through it. And then with the formula right now, it has it definitely scaled up a little high because we have to be very conservative with everything. But going back to with our hosting ourselves, it's going to allow us to save all this time and money, which is why it's a little more expensive at the start.
And is the revenue based on?
Oh,
How is the revenue per user, per membership?
So the beginning 2 years, for our phase 1 marketing, it's going to be per user, so the paid user that's actually subscribing to it. Based on the financial model that I have right now, most things are just on the $39 a month plan for years 1 and 2. But then once you go to years 3, 4, and 5, that's when we're going to more tailor it to companies and actually go in and try to get those seats and the seats, go up to our next plan, which is the $69 per seat plan to allow more customer service and that white glove service to allow every client to actually scale faster with us.
Just to add on to that a little bit, the cost scales really high while we're still using API models and not our own locally hosted models. So as we grow our user base up to year 3, that's going to increase our costs exponentially. But then once we switch to locally hosting, that severely cuts our costs down to minimal costs. And that's why we start having our gap there.
For my benefit, so a small, you guys are targeting nonprofits. What's the average number of grants that they write a year? How do you guys think through that for your pricing strategy?
So looking at, when we talked about this was a big concern at the start was how many grants are people writing, and a bunch of people told us that not many people are writing grants, but there's so many organizations and small businesses that are looking out for these grants, and also another opportunity that people are missing. People are not even finding these grant opportunities, so some grants aren't even getting applied for. So those are kind of more of the opportunities that we're going for, rather than looking at how many applications do they apply. It still takes them like 80 to 200 hours to apply. So if we could shorten that down to only 5 hours to write their grant, it seems like a no-brainer for every company to use us, in my opinion.
All right. Good job. We'll give the judges some additional time to fill out their forms. I'll tell another story because I know you're dying to hear another story from me. So let me tell you a due diligence story. So I was, as I mentioned before, I was the managing partner of a private equity venture capital family office. And we, you're always looking for good deal flow, and we got some deal flow in from a couple other venture capital firms that we had actually invested in. So it was almost going to be a sidecar, but at the same time, it was a company that was identified that wasn't quite in their niche following, but it was around big data, and we liked the idea and the play on that. And I can tell you, on paper, they looked phenomenal. I mean, this was a really, really well done company. Their pitch deck was great. The management team was polished. The numbers seemed to add up. Everything looked pretty good, at 50,000 foot. But as we started calling on customers to get some feedback, as you do during due diligence, we would get customers that say, yeah, I really like their product, but I'm kind of using it this way. And, oh, that's interesting. And another one would say, yeah, we really like what they do, but I'm kind of using it this way. And the more we discovered that most of their customers were using the product a different way, kind of an unattended way. So we went back to the company and we said, let me pull on this thread. Your customers are telling us that you're using your technology, well, they like it, but just in a completely different fashion. And the team was, no. We built it for this, and this is what we're going to do, and this is the path we're going down. And we'd say, but you got opportunity here, a wholly different thing. Maybe just a little small pivot could really open up the market. No. We built it this way, we built it that way, and this is the way we're going to go, and so forth. And so we passed on the deal. Which is one of the reasons that we teach we teach actually a lot about the art of the pivot. How do you identify quickly that you need to make changes? Do you do that because your clients have come back to you and said, these are things that are not quite working the way we intended them to, but they could work better for us in these situations? Because a lot of times companies look fabulous on paper, but when you get into the deep dive due diligence, that's where a lot of deals go to die. All right, judges, how are we doing? You guys need a few more minutes? You're all set? Okay, Rabbit, it's time for you guys to run. Go.
Okay.
Good morning. First, I want you all to imagine you're on a training run. Your splits matter, your pace matters, yet every time you want to check these metrics, you have to look down at your watch, breaking your stride, and losing your focus. As a collegiate runner here at the University of Arizona, this is a problem that I face every single day. In fact, I ran into this issue this morning with my teammates where we fell off of a workout because somebody didn't look at their watch on time. Unfortunately, all current devices on the running market, such as smartwatches, smartphone apps such as Strava, and products like Meta and Engo Eyewear all fail to meet the needs of cyclists and runners. That is why we created Rabbit. Rabbit is designed to create training better for everybody, not just elite athletes, but every runner to train uninterrupted and focus on the work at hand. We created the Rabbit RX1 running glasses, which are running and cycling glasses with a heads-up display, which will show all of their metrics right in their field of view.
Rabbit athletic glasses utilize a heads-up display to project key performance metrics such as pace, heart rate, distance, and time directly in the user's field of view, eliminating the need to look down at a smartwatch and break focus. Importantly, Rabbit is designed to integrate seamlessly with existing devices such as smartwatches and iPhones, making adoption very easy for athletes. And also, since these glasses are built for performance, they're designed to be lightweight, durable, and comfortable, prioritizing the athletic experience. When we look at the current competitive landscape, we see some key companies that are in the space. First is smartwatches. Smartwatches, like Apple Watches and Garmin watches, provide valuable insights to runners and athletes, but they require athletes to look down, breaking their focus. On the other side of things, we see companies like Meta and Engo eyewear products. These products are more lifestyle-oriented and are more utilized as display tools and lack coaching. So Rabbit is differentiated by being positioned as one seamless system that has real-time metrics and also audio coaching to deliver instant feedback and enhance performance for athletes.
When we look at Rabbit's market share, Rabbit is positioned to effectively enter the US fitness wearable market, capturing a conservative 8% metric, which is based on other highly innovative tech products. This translates to a $304 million market share. Now, on our go-to-market strategy, on the B2B side, we will leverage retail partnerships with REI. Looking at REI, we will look at the Greenlight program, which is specifically designed to let us pitch to REI and earn shelf in the retailer, which is going to help us get in front of very active individuals. This is something we're going to go through in December. We've also been in continuous talks with Arizona Athletics, looking at collegiate partnerships on both their track team and their triathlon team, looking at large purchase orders to help their athletes more effectively train. We're also looking at race sponsorships. Penn Relays is the largest and oldest track event in the world, and they bring in over 100,000 viewers and participants each year. We spoke with the Vice President of Partnerships, and Rabbit would be able to be a key partnership and sponsor in their April 2027 event. On the B2C side, we're going to leverage direct-to-consumer sales through our own website, as well as sales on our Amazon site. We're also going to have race day tabling at events like Brian Clay, where coaches and athletes are going to be able to try out our product before testing. Now, both the B2B and B2C efforts are going to be supported by awareness driven through Meta and Google Ads, as well as athlete testimonial. We have a partner with Bernard Lagat, who is a world-class Olympic runner, and he believes that this product will strongly disrupt the training market as it is. We will also offer a guarantee on our website to further establish trust and support with potential customers.
We will begin by manufacturing and getting our products or our components from Taiwan and the United States. Our technical components, such as the display and motherboard, will be sourced from Taiwan, with the optical components sourced from the United States. Our first production run will be done in-house by us, and then as we grow, we will outsource to an assembly facility within the United States. We plan to release our first product, the RX1, in June of 2026, with the Pro variant with integrated sensors in July of 2026. After that, we will build and release the WX1, our next product, which is for swimming and other water sports, in June of 2027, and then the SX1 for snow sports and skiing in January of 2028.
We've built a pricing model that reflects both the value of the product as well as the wearable market today. First, the RX1 will be priced at $349. This is positioned competitively in the wearable market with strong margins. Second would be the WX1, which will be $449. This is because of more production costs, but then also has a very strong margin as well. And then the last one will be the SX1, which will be priced at $399. This also has the option to scale further, scale margin as we scale production.
After this, we plan to implement new versions of the product, such as the RX2, expanding on what we already have. In addition to that, we may enter new sports, such as hardware itself, or different software to apply our current technology to different sports. We also plan to introduce new product lines, such as non-sport applications of the technology, as well as accessories for the existing products. Now for the finances. In year one, we see $465,000 of revenue on $288,000 of gross profit. This shows margin. And then negative $186,000 in year one of net profit due to heavy investment in research and development and marketing. And then in month 18, we reached sustained month-over-month profitability, with month 31 reaching total break-even. In year 5, we see $74.4 million of revenue and $21.9 million of net income. We are looking for a $500,000 seed round of funding at $2.5 million pre-money and $3 million post-money, which will be allocated to advertising, research and development, production, staff, and general and administrative expenses.
Rabbit is poised to revolutionize the running market, and we'd love to have you guys a part of the journey.
So how close are you on the prototype to actually delivering the device?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is our technical prototype that we brought with us today. This is fully functional, and we have just completed the design for a smaller version that will look just like this, just like your regular running pair. We cannot bring that today though, but that is ready to be released after finalization in June of this year.
Okay, great. Next question is, there were 2 other designs that you had that in my opinion are probably a better UVP for, actual user. I know you're a runner, hey, I can look at it, right? And when I'm swimming, I can't look at it. When I'm skiing, I can't look at it, right? So now that's a real gap, right?
Yeah.
How far are we away from those, and have you considered those, like the swimming one, being your first product to market since it has such a large gap?
Yeah, absolutely. So the next 2 products, the reason we went with the running first is not only the experience, but also because of our accessibility to that market with our connections. So that's why we chose that first. But the other 2 are poised to be developed within 6 months to a year of each other. So it's still moving fast, albeit not June for the other products, which we agree there is a bigger market for those. But this was an easier market for us to initially get into.
You mentioned coaching, and you didn't go much deeper than that. To me, it seems as though that it should be fully or more explored. Can you talk to that, please?
Yeah, so basically, some apps such as Garmin and Strava go off your metrics and tell you what you should do for that run. So if you wanted to say you were going to run a tempo run that day, the glasses would basically run that workout for you. So you would see your timer, your metrics, everything. You would have a pace bar in front of you, so if you're falling off pace, you would see that bar slowly getting away. And you would have audio coaching like catch back up to the pace or whatever. So that basically helps athletes when you're training by yourself run the kind of workouts that they want to run without having to constantly look down and being able to control their workout within it. You're basically having a coach in your ear and in front of you the entire time.
I think I have a follow-up question to that, because in your financials, obviously, I understand that there's a cost for the actual wearable, but it sounds like there could be opportunity for a subscription model for the coaching. And so how does that play into your financial model, or does that just kind of on top as you explore selling the wearable?
No, we have specifically planned, as you see, Software Plus subscription, which would be the advanced coaching. And then we also do include cloud infrastructure costs in our cost of goods sold model as well. That is a plan that we have accounted for.
Thank you.
Of course.
Can you please put them on so that we can see you run? Seriously, I would like to see what they look like. And then are there different visuals? Do you have different models?
Yeah, so
different, so that depending on the market that you're hitting, what a consumer would like, but I'd like to see what they look like.
So the idea that we had for the glasses was that the screens would be fully optimizable and you could select exactly what you want to see. So if you only wanted to see heart rate in this corner, you would be able to move where you want those graphics exactly. So that's where one of our competitors falls apart, is you have to code into the glasses every time you use it. So we would have an app system where basically you can go and say, okay, today I only want to see my splits and my heart rate. So what that would do is you can move around in the window of vision where you want to see those graphics, and also we would have different graphics. Say you want a car has a tachometer, you could do that for your heart rate, or you could just do something fun with it.
They look good.
Thank you.
We're going to take a few-minute break because our guests use the facility. And if we're going to take a break, please, I've got 10 minutes to 11. Let's come back in about 5 minutes if we can, and be back in our seats. Thank you.
Huh?
Doing more?
Doing more.
3 more.
3 more.
Bravala's box? Yeah, 4 minutes to Are you two just going to join me like right here? Like on this carpet?
They're like screaming and laughing, you know, sitting there like, I can barely see them. Stuff on the bottom of the wire. No, yeah, like I'm looking
You want to just make sure the clear.
Yeah, it does.
Let's go. It's one more. It's low-key like really nice. It just makes me feel better.
We're using the. Oh wait, sorry.
Somebody around here needs to.
Guys. Maybe I am a genius.
This is you, but make sure it's the slide version.
We just pulled it up.
I think we had it. Just
I went back to where I started. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's it, right? Okay.
and then I think if you actually.
Oh, okay.
What time are we going to resume that? In 30 seconds, as soon as the judges get back. Perfect. Just waiting on 2 of the judges. You guys have your mics?
Okay, so that if you actually, we'll just leave it. JK, tell us what you want to do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on it.
Yeah, no, it's not just like yeah, we noticed. That's all right though. We weren't gonna leave it up. So we're actually filming, and this is our debut.
Can you announce it right now? I hate it.
We love it.
All right, we're going to get started. Yep, I'm waiting for one of my judges yet, so.
Yeah, so that's right. No worries. You should be. I was like, I can't tell if that's let's go.
All right.
Good luck, have fun. Thank you. You can hold on to them if you guys want, if everyone's seen, but.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody.
Camera back on.
Camera is on. You guys know where the markers are? Evo wipes. Here we go.
Every day, we use multiple products to clean a single mess. And none of those products can be safely used across all surfaces. So, we have to choose between what's safe and what works. Products like these use harsh chemicals that can damage the skin and release harmful fumes. This isn't just a problem with the product, it's a problem with the whole industry. This is where Evo Wipes comes in to be the one solution. With Evo Wipes, we're not just reimagining a safer clean, we're doing something that hasn't been done, a one-step hygiene solution. Looking at today's current market, consumers are forced to choose between safety and effectiveness. We're built to eliminate that trade-off. Consumers trade off between disinfecting wipes that use harsh chemicals, skin-safe wipes that are gentle but aren't used for all surfaces, and natural wipes that can't be used across all surfaces. This is where Evo Wipes comes in to make the change. We didn't just reimagine a product, we reimagined the system. Evo Wipes is a one-step cleaning solution designed to safely disinfect while remaining safe for the skin. Built with a non-toxic, natural, and transparent formula, Evo Wipes allows consumers to standardize a single product for use in commercial spaces, on the go, and in their homes. We're not just entering a single category, we're collapsing several. So today, consumers buy products from across the traditional cleaning, commercial cleaning, and hand sanitizers markets. This is where we're going into a $12 billion US market, collapsing multi-use and repeat purchases. We believe we can obtain a $960 million from this market, representing an 8% market share. And to do this, we've established a strategic marketing plan.
In addition to your traditional marketing efforts, we plan to employ AI-driven techniques, print and digital media, as well as commercial distribution. Search nowadays isn't about where you lay in Google, it's being that answer. And that's what Evo Wipes is going to be through these different AEO and GEO practices. This isn't a theory though. Brands already doing this are seeing up to 200% increase when it comes to visibility. That's why we're going to be positioned as the simple, trusted, recommended answer for you. But product discovery is just one thing. We have to move further, and trusting drives purchasing. We plan to operate in different print and digital mediums, such as Better Home and Gardens. This is where our high-spend consumers love to read and get all their product information from. These high-spend consumers buy in bulk, spend more for their households, and additionally are repeat buyers. This is how we establish that relationship. But trust just starts at home. We move further to where these people live, work, and move every day. These commercial businesses, it's simple. We replace what they already use. From there, we move to trade shows, live demos, and more. Eventually, further institutional channels where we can see these products come into a huge world global market. So Evo Wipes becomes more than just a product, it becomes an entire infrastructure.
So, Evo Wipes is building a universal hygiene solution that can be scaled across markets with a single core product. We start with our premium consumer. This is where the brand is built the fastest through repeat purchases and subscriptions. Then we move into commercial and high-frequency environments, such as restaurants, gyms, and fitness studios. These locations act as embedded distribution channels and generate high recurring revenue. Then we move into institutional and mobility markets, airlines, hospitality, disaster response, schools, and military environments that require safety and simplified logistics. This is where our brand shifts from brand-driven growth to contract-based high-volume revenue. With a single formula, different packaging, and expanded distribution layers, we're moving across markets and embedding Evo Wipes into all markets.
To be a part of that daily habitual routine, we plan to partner with Simple Human to create a touchless wipe dispenser that's not just a consumable, it is a system. It is accessible and visible. Visibility drives usage, and usage creates these habits. By co-branding across both brands' platforms and also this refill ecosystem we are creating, we plan to not just be a regular product, but the default option.
By becoming the default, Evo Wipes is placed into daily usage environments. We're not just relying on the product itself to be the moat, we're relying on Evo Wipes to build defensibility through how it's used and distributed. As Evo Wipes becomes the default, it replaces multiple products, and over time, it becomes increasingly difficult to displace as that would require changing behaviors and systems. So, to make this happen, we've partnered with a strategic manufacturer.
Simply Brands is a contract manufacturer based out of Nashville, Tennessee that specializes in sustainable wipe development and packaging designs. They also have the infrastructure necessary to go from small to large-scale contract manufacturing and distribution of all 4 of our product lines. Across our 4 product lines, our prices range from $6.99 all the way up to $54.99 and have an average gross margin of about 33%. Now, this price point is not only competitive in the market, but it's also in line with the consumer preferences that we found through primary research. Our sales price, as well as our margin, is what's going to drive forward our sales across all of our distribution channels, which will lead to significant revenue. Revenue figures in the first year are a little bit lower, but with true multi-market penetration across all of our distribution channels, by year 5, we project net revenue to hit $150 million. Even more exciting is net income. Despite losses of $250,000 in the first year, with an early break-even point in just month 14, by year 5 we project net income to hit $23 million. Now, in order to cover the early losses that we see, we need some external funding. Our team is seeking $420,000 in exchange for 18.5% equity stake of our company, and this will go to 3 main categories. First is product development, second is our strategic marketing initiatives, and third and finally, salaries for a business developer. Here at Evo Wipes, we're not just looking to replace your daily household wipe. We're looking to systematically redesign a wipe that is so strong that it can do it all. It's one wipe, 5 simple ingredients, and truly endless applications. Together, let's step towards a future that's cleaner and safer.
Your linchpin here is the product, the whatever fluid that's in the wipe. What is that? You didn't talk about it.
Yeah, so it's 5 simple ingredients, the main being water, and then the 2 active ingredients are acetic acid, which is vinegar, and then citric acid, and then we have a blend of 2 different essential oils.
So on the product, I think there's one, the saturation of that market, and it makes you wonder, you're going up against some big players that could potentially then do what you're doing. But on the product, have you talk to us about your consumer testing? What has been some of the feedback results, and is that going to alter your strategy from the current product that you have?
Yeah, so we started with primary research of different consumer groups, but primarily household consumers. And we tested them on a few different metrics, but the metric that they scored highest on was safety, which makes sense. You expect that if you're using something, you're going to value safety above all else. But we also learned that convenience was the next highest factor that they rated. And so that was why it was something that not just needed to be a safe solution, but it needed to be a convenient one that would replace what they're already using in their homes.
Does it work?
Yeah, so right now we're doing EPA and dermatological testing and working with our contract manufacturer to get that done. So yes, it does work, but we can't say for certain on the packaging until we have that certification process finalized.
Right, so if I use this to clean my countertop and I, was on my cutting board and I had a steak on there or chicken or whatever the case may be, and citric acid and acetic acid will clean that thoroughly.
It will.
Okay, somebody on the team has that expertise?
So we're actually working with a chemical engineer, Josh Delorier. He is a certified EIT, and so he kind of helped us put together the formula. We did secondary research to get the initial ingredients, citric acid and acetic acid, but he actually helped us develop the formula so that we would know the ratio and the total makeup of the product.
I'm a little concerned on your COGS. You presented, your margins are really razor thin for this kind of product.
Definitely, and that really is due to the fact that we're using sustainable packaging. It's on brand with our mission as a company. However, that margin is definitely going to go down as we go from small to large scale contract manufacturing. As we scale up with economies of scale really getting behind our company, we're going to see higher margins on all of our product lines.
Additional questions?
So this is not going to be really nice, but I'll say it anyway. Nobody really cares about the packaging, it being sustainable. So I'll just put that. I know people are going to probably throw shit at me, but really at the end of the day, they care more about the product, the safety of it, the sustainability of the actual tub of whatever is less of a concern, in my opinion. Go ahead.
I can add to that. I do like the package, actually. Does it kill bacteria?
Yeah, so with the EPA's certifications that we're pursuing, that'll do different metrics. Yeah, so like I said, we are still pursuing that. So if I were to put it on the packaging before we can get the actual production process, or not production process completed, but the certifications, it wouldn't necessarily be a false claim, but it would be a thoughtful claim.
What was the feedback you got with the smell? Because it was a little bit too strong. It smelled like vinegar.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously vinegar is the main active ingredient. So you're certainly going to notice that as well as the essential oils. We tried to balance the essential oils to a portion where it would kind of blend with the smell, but that vinegar is not going to go away, but it is our active ingredient, and I think it's important that consumers know what they're using.
All right, you go once. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Give the judges some time to get their score sheets done. Would you like me to tell you a story? Would you like another story? All right, so many of you know that I came to Tucson about 25 years ago. I came here from Northern Virginia, where I worked in the intelligence national security world. And some of you know that I actually have a ranch in the Far East Side where my wife breeds Arabian and half Arabian horses. And we have all kinds of animals, peacocks. We're now doing chickens. We got all kinds of things. But when I first got here, I had to learn a lot, and I was kind of a confident, smug kind of guy. And, I remember coming here, we were driving from El Paso, down toward Tucson, and I watched this guy just kind of shepherd a flock of sheep across the street. I thought, well, this is kind of cool. So I got up and I said, I'll tell you what, I'll bet you I can tell you how many sheep are in this flock. He says, yeah, you think so? I said, yeah. I said, I'll tell you what, and if I do, I want to take one of those sheep home. He says, oh, heck, if you can do that, go right ahead. So I get up and I look around and I kind of go, 613 sheep. The guy goes, that's phenomenal. That's incredible. I mean, I'm so impressed. He said, hey, I'm a man of my word. Go ahead, take one of the sheep. So I grabbed one, I put it in the back of my SUV. The guy says, I'll bet you I can tell you where you came from and what you did for a living. And if I do, I want my sheep back. I said, yeah, go ahead. He said, let's see. He says, I'll bet you came from Northern Virginia. I said, yeah. He says, I bet you worked in the intelligence and national security world. I said, how could you possibly know that? He says, I'll tell you as soon as you put my dog back. Get it? Dog back, sheep. I picked up a dog instead of a sheep. You guys are missing the punchline. Picked up a dog instead of a sheep. Okay. This is why I don't tell stories like this. Okay. You guys like it? It was fun. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. With that, you guys are on.
Think back to the last time you were getting dressed. You probably didn't think twice about it. Now imagine needing help buttoning up your shirt or getting frustrated because you can't zip up your jacket. For millions of people, this isn't just a bad day, this is every day. And what's worse is it's invisible. It's something people deal with silently every single day. That's why we created Anchor, to restore something so simple yet so important, independence. This is our team. My name is Courtney Cabot.
I'm Alana Serrano.
And I'm Macy.
So fine motor skills like dressing require precision and control, something many people lose due to age, injury, or chronic conditions. In fact, over 58 million Americans live with arthritis, and that number only continues to grow as the population ages. Anchor was created to make these daily tasks easier and make those dressing tasks simplified. So this isn't just about convenience, it's about giving people back that independence. And this isn't a small or niche issue. It's something that affects millions of people, making up a total market of around $30.4 billion. Anchor was designed to support a wide range of users, including people with arthritis, people recovering from surgery or injury, and those veterans who have those long-term hand mobility challenges, making up a serviceable market of around $1.5 billion. From there, our initial reachable market is around $152 million, which is 10% of that market, which is hitting on those users who are actively searching for those dressing devices. So even if this doesn't affect you, chances are you know somebody it could help.
Currently within the assistive market, there are tools like the button hook, the zipper pull, and the dressing stick. These are all items that can be found on various platforms like Amazon or your local medical supply. However, these tools can be quite big and bulky, making it uncomfortable for users to use. They only provide one function of the dressing process, and they can be quite medical looking, which ultimately can intimidate the customer. This makes customers rely on multiple different products for a simple task like getting dressed. But that's where Anchor comes in. Anchor combines multiple different functions into a compact ergonomic design. Now, using Anchor is very simple and intuitive. First, you start off by identifying the task you want to do, and then you press down on the various levers. Then that tool then deploys from its base and allows you to do that task. These tasks include fastening clothing, buttoning, and zipping. And then when you're ready to put it back, you just press the button, it retracts and resets, ready for the next use. But the best part is that you can do this all with one hand, making it extremely effective for those individuals with limited mobility. Now, as we move forward with prototyping, throughout this entire process, we really wanted to make sure we were identifying those key components that our users are facing, those challenges, and implementing those into our design. As we move forward, we want to make sure to do in-person testing and get real-life feedback on usability and quality. As we move forward in production, we decided to partner with a contract manufacturer located in Shenzhen, China. Shenzhen, China is a hub for small component manufacturing as well as injection molding manufacturing, making it great for us. It keeps costs low, but we can keep our quality high and our scalability. As for distribution, we decided to stay here in Tucson, Arizona locally, as that's all where we currently reside. We can take advantage of those lower operating costs and still stay attuned to the wide network of distribution.
Moving into how we're going to reach our consumers, first is going to be through partnerships, more specifically through like the VA hospital. Second is going to be through digital marketing, such as social media campaigns. And lastly is accessibility channels and reaching out to the assistive device communities. We plan to sell Anchor both through B2B and B2C sales. For our B2B sales, that's going to be through different occupational therapy centers, hospitals, VA hospitals, and then medical supply websites such as AliMed. For our B2B sales, we plan to sell through our website, Amazon, and different retail distribution stores such as Walmart or Walgreens. We are planning on pricing Anchor at $29.99 for consumers and then a $17.99 price for wholesale, specifically for businesses. Moving into our financials, in year one, we plan to launch in Arizona, specifically targeting hospitals, VA hospitals, and occupational therapy centers, in addition to our consumers. Then we're going to move into the southwest region of the U.S. In year three, we're going to then expand nationally with year 4 of U.S. market penetration. Finally, in year 5 is when we're planning to do international expansion, more specifically through Canada, Mexico, and Europe. In year 5, we plan to see net profit of $23 million. We value ourselves at $1.2 million using the Burkiss method. We are looking for $100,000 to start up for 8% equity. As you can see on the screen above, that's how we plan to allocate the investment money. For next steps, we are going to continue perfecting Anchor, taking in all the different feedback that we've received from our consumers and different people that have been a part of our journey, and then establishing our clear path to launch. With that, I would like to say thank you, and we'll go ahead and open up the floor to any questions.
That was a great presentation. Thank you guys. This obviously sounds like it's from a mission of some sort or personal. And so it was started because of a problem that you all had loved someone and they experienced. And then my second question is, have you actually tested it in this market and what kind of feedback have you gotten so far?
Yeah, so the product the idea came from some of my family members, one specifically. She was camping up in northern Arizona and was riding a UTV when she got into an accident and her left arm got amputated. Since then, she's experienced a lot of difficulties dressing by herself and losing that independence. For testing, we're still in the manufacturing, prototyping phase. Our first prototype was that blue one. Earlier in the semester in February, we had our iExpo, and where we got a lot of feedback saying it was really big and bulky. So that's when we then moved into the white one. So we're not quite in the testing phase. However, we have tested our competitors, kind of seeing what works, what doesn't, and that's how we're going to implement it into our final prototype.
Thank you for that. And I might have missed it, the unit cost, your cost to manufacture a single one, I know you're retailing at $29.99,
It's
right?
13.
13.
Yes.
And then your competitors, you said there's competing products, what is their price point currently today? Do you feel like it's competitive enough that you guys will be able to come in? And then lastly, and sorry, but I know you talked about Tucson being your entry point. And I think at 81,000 units sold, that's like an 8% penetration of the population. So that's pretty ambitious. I just want to get your take on how you can get there.
Yes. So I'll go ahead and take that last question. So for year one was all of Arizona. And so we had a 50% adoption rate, and that's going to be through like cold calls, just being really persistent. And that's why we have that ambition, is because there is a need for that. Do you mind repeating the first two questions?
Your pricing strategy based on the competitors.
Yeah, so our competitors, if you want to go to the backup slides. So those are just a few of them. The pocket dresser is priced at $16.99. The dressing stick is $9.99. It kind of varies. So on Alimed, it's a little bit cheaper than Amazon, where we pulled the reviews from. And then the other competitor is going to be Tommy Hilfiger Adaptive, which is like adaptive magnetic closure specifically for clothing, and that could go up to $100.
With respect to going out to the market, you mentioned partnerships. Have you spoken to anybody yet about how you might deploy this, the VA or whatnot?
Yeah. So at the beginning of this, we actually reached out to influencers and businesses who had responded and actually were interested in our product and were willing to fill out our survey, as well as in the future actually be able to help us like get that into their rehabilitation centers or the occupational therapy clinics.
So just looking at this competitor analysis, like, they suck, right?
Basically.
Right.
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 So with that in mind, have you utilized some of this feedback, even though it wasn't direct feedback, on your tool and what you're developing to kind of guide how your solution is going to come to market? And in that component, have you considered any design, thinking efforts with potential customers at maybe adult care facilities or other areas by just providing that tool to them and getting that direct feedback?
Yeah, so I could go ahead and take that. So our initial idea was doing something similar to the pocket dresser, and where it kind of worked like a Swiss Army knife. After we tried to like prototype that, we were like, okay, the feedback that they were receiving is the same feedback that we're kind of like seeing within our first prototype. That's why we kind of have the multicolored pen style of prototype. And then you want to take the second part?
I don't really remember the second part, but I remember what I wanted to address. So basically, the reviews kind of go over like repeated problems, and it's kind of like the same. So what we really wanted to do was ultimately make it better, but the quality. So we do know which parts we do want to invest in and have a little bit less of a margin, but we do want to keep the cost low relatively, because most of these individuals are of fixed income. We want to make it accessible. We want to eliminate waste also, so that's why we did the multiple functions, and it's going to provide longevity. So that was part of us making it better, I guess.
And then just going off to the second part of like getting it in year one, part of our marketing budget is actually used to giving free demos out to those different centers and getting that feedback in addition to like the marketing and word of mouth.
All right, Anchor, thank you. Come on down. Well, I'm not telling any more jokes. Because if you have to explain the fact that it was a dog versus a sheep, but this is a funny story. After this is our last team, and so we'll have the what do you call it? Showcase open afterwards. have a chance to wander around and see the various prototypes in action. Experience. All right. Judges, are you all set? Okay, guys. There you go.
These photos look familiar. Kids these days are spending more time on their phones than ever before. Parents get home from work just to find their kids sitting on the couch on their phones, on their iPads, or other technology, instead of being outside with their friends. But this is not what our childhoods used to look like. That is the sound of a nostalgic childhood experience being made. Parents and their children playing in the backyard. Maybe it's a father and son throwing a baseball or football for the very first time. Or it's shooting hoops in the cul-de-sac with neighborhood kids. This is the experience that we believe there's an opportunity to bring back. Introducing Quad Shot, a backyard game that combines 4 sports into one collapsible target. With 3 game modes that are all easy to understand, it's family friendly, it's fun, it's safe, and it's durable, made with high density polyethylene, which is not only a strong plastic, but also weather resistant. But we aren't just another backyard game. We're here to combat an epidemic. According to the National Library of Medicine, we've seen that excessive screen time harms social, emotional, and physical health in our children. It also reduces cognitive development by up to 25% and reduces family time in general. And no family wants that for their children or their family. We've also done the research into the U.S. outdoor toys market, which is predicted to increase by 11% CAGR due to factors such as a rise in home entertainment, people spending more time outside, and parents are simply concerned with the overall development of their children because of the impact of technology on their lives. Now looking at the competitive landscape, there's 2 types of games. There's competitive games and casual games. Casual, like cornhole, although simple, sometimes it gets repetitive and oftentimes boring and you put it back into the garage. There's also competitive games like spike ball, which might be fun in nature, but let's be honest, there's a certain level of athleticism that's truly required to play the game and enjoy it. This provides a market gap for Quad Shot to combine its accessibility. Anybody can play our game with the competitive aspect of all 4 of these amazing sports. And to truly make our game stand out, we're the first in the backyard market to have this versatile 4-sport option. Customizable options, and we use high-quality premium material.
Our TAM is $21.8 billion, which covers the U.S. outdoor sporting and equipment market. Our SAM is $4.3 billion, which is the revenue generated from households buying outdoor lawn games. And our market share is 2%, which is the sum of $86 million. We want to target college students as well as families with kids, and we believe that we can do this through youth leagues as well as schools by doing giveaways, such as giving away our boards and having our contact information on it, doing college events like tailgates, and then working with sports influencers as well as doing community posts and challenges to drive engagement. We price our product at $189.99, and for sales, we want to do direct-to-consumer online sales through our own personal website on Shopify. We then would work with University of Arizona through bookstores, recs, and AZ Athletics, which we are currently in contact with. Then we would move into camps, sporting goods, and bars, and we recently actually had an event at General Ben's where everybody had a great time. After this, with all of these strategies in place and revenue generated, we believe that we can move into big retailers. Retailers like Dick's Sporting Goods, Target, and then Costco. To retain customers, we want to have a seamless and satisfying checkout process. We want good customer support. We want customizable versions down the line, which will vary with licensing. And that looks like a U of A version or a favorite sports team. And then we also want future products such as an indoor and travel version, a drinking version, or a floaty version. These will all be warranted and durable, and then also we'll host events and tournaments to play.
With the business side covered, let's get into prototyping. We have built a prototype to test and demonstrate the concept. It helped us to evaluate the structure and gameplay. Currently, we are talking to Kerbal for manufacturing options, also waiting on a quote. Moving forward, our goal is to create collapsible version, try different iterations, and improve safety and stability as we move towards the manufacturing.
Looking at our financials, we project $188,000 of revenue in year 1, growing all the way up to over $10 million in year 5. We'll have over $21 million of cumulative net income, or net revenue, with over $7.5 million of net income over those 5 years. We expect these to be conservative estimates, as competitors such as Spikeball has made over $25 million of revenue just last year, and a newer competitor, CrossNet, has made over $27 million in just their first 5 years of business. We are seeking $200,000 for 11% equity in QuadShot, valuing us at $2 million post-money valuation. We're going to be using this funding for our initial product giveaways, for inventory and manufacturing setup, as well as for our marketing. Krishna, what are you doing on your phone again?
Oh man, I'm always distracted by my phone. I wish I had some way to stay away from it.
We got QuadShot, bro.
As you can see, QuadShot is more than just a game. It's an opportunity to bring people back together in a time when so much childhood is spent indoors and on screen. QuadShot creates an opportunity for friends and family to step back outside, play, and make some memories again. With the help of your funding, we can take this from prototype to product, which can help us to bring feeling of play back to everyday life. Thank you.
A great presentation. You know, sometimes simplicity is like great, right? So real simple, real straightforward, executable, right? Like there's some good things there. The market can be a bit competitive. A little more clarity on how do you plan on introducing QuadShot and getting traction with QuadShot to meet some of those numbers like you showed with Spikeball and the other new company to market.
Spikeball originally gained traction through doing community outreach, and they generated a lot of money through that, and then also did leagues. We want to go to the younger schools and kind of just do giveaways where we give away all these boards, let them play with it, kind of do pop-ups, and it's more so just for advertising purposes, not even trying to sell it. And then they can go direct to our website, Instagram, and get our social persona from that. And then down the line, we do want to create leagues.
So I do also like the simplicity of it, and I have kids that play 3 of those sports right there. But when I look at it, I have 2 questions. How heavy is it? And then 2, it is direct ball trajectory, so how stable is it in staying put?
Yeah, so I'd probably say between probably 40, 50 pounds realistically. When we get the plastic, which is good quality, it should be a lot lighter, and if we are doing the travel version, which should come out in a year, it'll be a lot lighter with that too. We have baseballs and everything. They're a little softer, but you can really chuck it at it and it won't fall over. We also typically do have a sandbag when we're actually playing with it, but we would have something like stakes to hold it down.
So you said you're going direct to consumer?
Yes.
Have you thought about shipping costs? It might eat you alive.
Yeah.
That size.
So it actually will be foldable, which will bring down our shipping costs. We have estimated shipping costs should be about $5 per unit, and that's when we're sending that to the retailers such as Costco or Dick's. And then when we're sending just through our website, we're gonna have the customer pay for shipping costs.
All right, QuadShot, thank you. All right, that was our last team. Let me put up the agenda here. I will tell a joke. You guys walking to a bar. Where's the image? One of the things that I just wanted to make sure that I was not remiss at doing when I talked about our faculty is understand that the product that you see of these students delivering on their opportunity sets is a product of our faculty. It's a product of their efforts to help engage and teach these students, along with our advisors. I mean, this was truly a community event. We have not only an outstanding faculty at the McGuire Center, but we have incredible advisors that commit their time and their energy to our students. And I think, it was on display today. So I was really quite happy on how all of the teams did, regardless of how people score at the end of the day, regardless of who ends up in the top 5 to go on to the next round. I think all of you did a fabulous job. And I'm very proud of the work that you guys did. I know that Kristen and I have talked, and the other faculty has talked. You guys have done some phenomenal work over the year. And again, I love the ideas this year. There were some really interesting ideas that can be game-changing. And in some cases, and in many cases, can be world-changing. So, well done. All right, so we now are at this point. Okay, we're going to take an intermission from 12:30 to 1:50. During that time, we have lunch for our students and for our judges. We would like everybody to be back and seated by 1:50, where we will go through the next round of activity. Thank you. will tell you that we were talking about it with the judges, the first round judges at lunch, and everybody was incredibly impressed with the quality of your work and the quality of your presentations and the quality of your research and so forth. You know, it's a testament to how well you all performed. I know that everybody was nervous, but you didn't show. You know, what's the old, how does the commercial go? Never let them see you sweat. So you didn't see you sweat, and here come the judges. Let's give them a round of applause. They're on their way down. They're coming down.
More coming.
Okay. We are going into the final round. These are our final round judges. Ali Akak, who is a Fulbright scholar, is right there waving. He will be down. You can see him. Erica Engvey, who is the founder and president of Sonoran Stitch Factory, is right here. Sean Conway, where's Sean? Sean Conway is heading down. Where's Sean? There's Sean. And Sean is the founder of Pearl. Priscilla Storm, a colleague of mine for many years at Diamond Ventures. She is a partner at Diamond Ventures. She was the first female partner at Diamond Ventures. So, ladies, first female partner at Diamond Ventures. You should get to know her. And Mike Kaczewski, am I pronouncing it right? Tchaikovsky. Okay, Mike Tchaikovsky. And Mike is part of the City of Tucson's Economic Development Program. That's Bob? That's Bob. Okay. All right. Okay. So I will tell you, we have tallied up the scores, and we have 5 finalists. I will tell you there was some very tight scoring. I mean, very tight scoring. We will go through, and you'll get called down to present. You'll have, as I said, you'll have 6 minutes to present and 4 minutes for Q&A. Streaming is going? Yes. We're live. And now the final round. Rabbit is our first presenter. Make sure all your mics are on. Now, hang on one second. I'm going to swap the batteries because this one just died.
Sure, that way I'll get it.
Okay. Here's your clicker. Microphone.
Thank you.
Microphone. I'm going to take one so that I can do it for the Q&A. Awesome. All right.
First, I would like you all to imagine that you're on a training run or cycle. Your splits matter, your pace matters, yet every time you want to view these metrics, you have to look down at your phone or your watch, losing your stride and breaking your focus. As a collegiate runner here at the University of Arizona, this is a problem that I face every single day. In fact, me and my teammates fell off the pace in our workout because somebody forgot to look at their watch. Unfortunately, all the current devices on the current running market, such as smartphones, apps such as Strava, smartwatches like Garmin and Coros, and products from companies like Engo and Meta, fall short for what athletes actually need. Rabbit is founded on the idea that training can be better, not just for elite athletes, but for every single athlete to train to their best performance. That is why we created the Rabbit RX1, running glasses with a heads-up display that will show every athlete's performance metrics right in their field of view.
Rabbit athletic sunglasses utilize a heads-up display to project key performance metrics such as pace, heart rate, time, and distance directly in the user's field of view, eliminating the need to look down at a smartwatch or a phone and break your focus. Importantly, Rabbit is built to integrate seamlessly with existing technologies such as smartwatches and phones, making adoption very easy for athletes. And since these glasses are built for performance, they're durable, they're comfortable, and they're also very strong, prioritizing the athletic experience. When we look at the current competitive landscape, we see some key players that are addressing each part of the problem. First are smartwatches. Smartwatches deliver very valuable information to athletes, but they require athletes to look down at their watch or their phone, breaking their stride. And on the other side of things, we see companies like Meta and Engo eyewear products. These products are more lifestyle-oriented and lack real-time coaching and are more used as a display tool. So Rabbit is differentiated by being positioned directly as one seamless system that has real-time metrics and audio coaching to give instant feedback to athletes and enhance their performance.
Rabbit is positioned to effectively enter the market. We estimate that we can capture an 8% share of the US wearable fitness market, which is a conservative benchmark based off of highly innovative tech firms. And this gives Rabbit $304 million of that market. Now, our go-to-market strategy, focusing on B2B, we're gonna be looking at entering retail stores, specifically REI. Through their REI Greenlight program, we will be able to pitch to REI and earn space on their shelves, getting in front of highly active individuals who shop there. And this is something that we plan to do in December. Next, we've also been looking at collegiate partnerships. We've been having ongoing conversations with the track coaches and triathlon coaches, using Rabbit as a tool to help their athletes train better. We've been talking about large purchase orders. And then looking at race sponsorships. Penn Relays is the largest track race in the world, drawing in over 100,000 spectators and participants each year. We spoke directly with the Vice President of Partnerships, and Rabbit is planning to be a sponsor at Penn Relays in April of 2027. Now looking at the B2C side, we're going to plan to sell directly through our website on direct-to-consumer as well as our Amazon storefront. We're also going to have race day tabling, like at Brian Clay, where coaches and athletes are going to be able to come up to us and directly try these products out before purchasing. And then lastly, our goal to drive awareness. We're going to be using Meta and Google Ads as well as athlete testimonial. We've partnered with Bernard Lagat, a world-class and Olympic champion athlete who believes that this technology can be a disruptor in this environment. Lastly, we're going to have a guarantee on our website to further establish trust with consumers.
We will begin manufacturing by sourcing some of our components from Taiwan and the United States. Our technical components, such as the chips and displays, will be sourced from Taiwan, while our optical components will be sourced from the United States. We will be assembling our first production run in-house by us, and then as we scale, we will grow to outsource this to another assembly facility in the United States. Our first product release will be the RX1, which we'll be releasing in June of this year, and some of the prototypes are behind Olivia here. And then the Pro version will be released in July of this year as we are finishing up that design. After this, we'll be creating swimming glasses, the WX1 in a Pro version, which will be released in July of 2027, and then following that, snow goggles, such as skiing goggles, in January of 2028.
We have built a pricing model that reflects both the value of this product as well as the wearable market today. First, the RX1 will be priced at $349. This is positioned competitively in the wearable market and also has very strong margins. Second, the WX1 will be priced at $449. This is due to the production costs increasing with keeping these strong margins. And then lastly, the SX1 will be priced at $399 with options to increase margins as we scale production.
We have plans to implement new versions of these existing products, such as the RX2, for example, also implementing new sports, either from different hardware products or software on these existing products, or potentially entering non-athletic markets with our technology, or even creating accessories for our existing products. Now for the financials, you can see a $186,000 loss in year one due to heavy investment in research and development, while still having sales from our initial production run. This grows steadily to 18 months sustained profitability, and then 31 months break even. And then in year 5, we see revenues of $74.4 million and net profit of $21.9 million, showing margin at scale. And we need a $500,000 seed round to accomplish all of this at a $3 million post-money valuation, which will be allocated $150,000 each to advertising and R&D, $75,000 to production and staff, and $50,000 for general and administrative expenses.
Rabbit is poised to revolutionize the training industry, and with your help, we'd like to get to the finish line.
Questions? I'll give you the microphone. You can ask away.
Yes, I'd like to talk a little bit about, or have you talk about the how fast to market and your competitors, how fast they can catch up to you. Do you have a strategy for that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do not plan to implement a patent for this because then our information is public. But to counteract them being able to compete with us once we release, is we plan to continue to iterate while we release new products. So that way, by the time they have made up a competitor to our RX1, we already have new versions of this and other products in the works, so we can keep up with their fast-paced budgets without them knowing what we're doing quite yet.
Thank you.
Question about, I'm not sure how best to phrase this, but viability, like you mentioned, using this at Olympic-style events, partnering with things like that. Are there any rules of using this in competition?
So there are no rules currently about using this, but the rules are always updating, such as the ban on carbon shoes and stuff like that. This would be mostly used as a training tool. So just like your running watch and everything, you don't really run a race on the track with a watch, but every time you're training, every easy run, everything you always have, at least from my experience and everybody I know in the professional and the collegiate level, you always wear your watch no matter what, basically.
Thanks. And then follow up on the product. So it's sunglasses, it's goggles, it's swimming goggles. What type of warranty or anything? And is it more based on the sunglasses themselves? What's the relationship to that versus software updates? I get an update on my iPhone every 37 seconds. How does it work for that? How do you guys, what's your plan for that?
Yeah, I can touch a little bit on the hardware. So as far as establishing strong trust, we would have a 1-year warranty on the hardware, just in case anything happens. Again, we're really focused on athlete durability. If you're throwing these in your track bag, if you're on the slopes and crashing, we need to have a product that can withstand that. So we're gonna have that 1-year warranty, and then Jordan's gonna touch a little bit on that software warranty.
Yeah, so software is always updating. Obviously, tech is moving faster. There's probably a new AI model since we started this presentation. And so we plan to continue to release new updates and as well as adding features to the software of the glasses, which will be through an iPhone app. So next time you turn it on, those updates will sync through firmware updates.
Nice. Great work, y'all. Can you go back to the financial slide?
Yeah. We also have some tables. Would you rather look at the graph or tables?
Okay. So is that factoring into cost of goods sold? And at how many units are you getting down to the $199 per unit? Or, right, you have 149
Yeah, so
margin?
Yeah, so this is
oh, sorry, the circle graph actually.
Oh,
I was just wondering if you're raising enough to actually accomplish the cost of goods sold. So production, I guess, where is?
Yeah, so production is the 75,000 here, and that would be for a small initial run, which will be sold to athletes at the University of Arizona, which we will then use the revenue from that to continue to scale the product and make more units.
Okay, so, but you can accomplish $200.
Yes, we didn't bring our final version that we plan to release with us, but that version cost us $300 to make, and that was experimenting and buying multiple components, so we can get that cost down for our first run.
Nice, great work. Thank you.
Judges, any other questions? Okay, wrap it, folks. Thank you.
You can answer your question. Did you have one?
My question was, how does it work with corrective eyewear?
Yeah, so the question was, she didn't have the mic, it was, how does it work with corrective eyewear? So she picked these up. So here is the experimental prototype, which just shows the engineering behind it. So there would be a lens, the actual lens itself, like on these glasses. Those would be prescription to order so that you can see the world around you. And then the actual optical module that displays the image, the heads-up display, would also be tuned to your prescription. So you can order it with a prescription.
Thank you.
Move on. Okay. All right. Sure. That's it. Okay. Our next finalist. Gabby, come on down. What's the country name?
Dublin,
Dublin. You know what? I should know that. I'm Irish. Jesus, what's wrong with me? Dublin. Come on down. Might you be having a potato? Okay. Let me get that mic. Clicker's right there. Good to go.
Every morning, millions of people do something surprisingly inefficient. They wait for their coffee. We are Tabby, and we have reinvented one of the most habitual products on the planet. No wait times in cafes, no brewing, just your favorite coffee, anywhere and anytime. Tabby is an effervescent coffee tablet that dissolves in both hot and cold water, giving you a new way to have your coffee favorites while you're on the go. Looking at the coffee market as a whole, this is over a $500 billion industry, and it continues to grow. Tabby fits into the on-the-go segment. This is a $340 billion market. Looking at Tabby's attainable market, this is at 1% at $3.4 billion, which is in line with industry standards. Moving into more of the on-the-go segment that we're talking about and our competitors. When you look into this group of people and our competitors, you can see they don't have the effervescence or the ability to dissolve in all temperatures that Tabby does. This means that Tabby is standing out as it has the first mover advantage, and the other competitors don't have the same benefits that we do. Other ways that Tabby plans to stand out is through our marketing. We have a very strong and aggressive marketing, at which we have been able to benchmark through AG1 along with our colostrum. This starts with esports.
Esports is huge, with 640 million viewers worldwide. By sponsoring these events, you'd be able to gain at least 37 million impressions and a 300% ROI. Plus, Tabby's exactly what gamers are looking for. We're healthy and efficient.
To make sure that we're supplementing our esports, we also have in-person activations. These include booths at running events along with pop-ups, whether it be at wellness or fitness events. To keep up digitally, we have chosen 2 podcasts that align with Tabby's key demographic. In doing so, we are allowing our audience and potential consumers to hear about our product while they're on the go, and due to the experts speaking on these subjects, not only are we finding first-time customers, but due to this trust, they're coming back for more. When these consumers decide that they want to purchase Tabby, we have a 5-phase plan for sales and distribution. Phase 1 includes our online store. This will be on Shopify and has a setup subscription service.
Now for phase 2, we have focused on B2B trade shows and in-person events, and most importantly, we have identified 3 coffee trade shows taking place in the US in the next year of our business that we can build those relationships with retailers and also meet those coffee enthusiasts.
Hopping into the retail space, this is phase 3. We plan to go and start locally at AJ's due to the close proximity and familiarity with the location. From here, we will move into the network space and go nationwide before going to phase 5. This is the on-demand segment. Think hospitals, airports, anywhere people are stressed out and they don't have the time or energy to think about their coffee time. What are these products? Tabby is starting with the Tabby Latte and Tabby Coffee. From here, we will move into the health and wellness segment before having value packs and finishing in the future with flavored coffee.
Using 5 simple ingredients, we were able to create the prototype that we were looking for. And out of these ingredients, the most important ones are citric acid and baking soda, which together allow the coffee to bond itself to the water molecules more efficiently. And building off of that, we're already in contact with Ellen Roberts, the founder of Nutrition Innovation, who has 25 years of experience in this industry, and using that experience, he'll be able to help us with the entire process. And it importantly includes talking to fair trade coffee suppliers. Some of our favorite things about Nutrition Innovation are that they're FDA and FDC compliant, and they'd allow us to maintain our intellectual property rights.
And based off of our manufacturing, we have set our product price for our online pricing at $12 for the 10-pack and $18 for our refill pack. And now you may notice a $2 increase in price for the retail, and this is purposeful because in selling in network segments such as Whole Foods and Sprouts, there is an additional cost in the third-party stocking system that is required to sell here. And now diving deeper into Tabby's financials, these financials are driven through repeat purchase behavior and most importantly, once again, built off of our benchmarks of ARMA and AG1. And with this, we have put monthly revenue of 20% of it back into our marketing each month, and most importantly, we have built this off of a daily consumption subscription model. And as you can see, our year one sales are 13,000 units for our 10-pack and 9,000 units for our refill pack, and this brings our year one revenue to $170,000. And after we scale to year 5, we are able to hit 56 million 10-pack units sold and 22 million refill packs sold, bringing our year 5 revenue to bringing our year 5 revenue all the way up to $784 million. And this path to $1 billion in revenue might look optimistic, but it is possible, once again, based off of our daily subscription service model. Tabby does not need 56 million consumers in order for this to happen. Instead, we just need a few million consumers who are repeatedly purchasing our product. And with this, in order to make this possible, our ask is $500,000 for 12.5% equity. Tabby currently has a $3.5 million pre-money valuation, and we have already allocated exactly where all of this funding is going to go. And with this funding, it sets Tabby up perfectly for our projected Series A raise of $10 million, which is our next raise. And with this, Tabby's not just creating another coffee product. Instead, we're creating an entirely better way to consume it. And that's how you scale to $1 billion business.
Judges, question?
Hey, awesome work. I love the graphics and AI. It's awesome. What is your reasoning behind, I guess, the cost? The refill packs were just $18, I guess, versus the regular packs. I guess, why are people going to choose the smaller one versus the larger if the cost per unit is that much lower?
Yes, our thought process is you're going to initially buy the first product to try it, and you're going to have that little glass vial that you can now put in your purse or in your pocket and take with you, and you will now have that to take along with you wherever you go. And then they will have that refill pack where they can refill this initial glass vial that they have. But if they prefer to just use the retail pack or the refill pack, that works too. We just wanted to give a more sustainable option for being able to transport these products around.
Is the margin the same on both? Like if you were to...
The margins are a little different for the for the initial 10-pack. There's either way the tablet margin is the same. It's 30 cents for us to use it, and so we're selling it for $1.20, so that's about 90 cents of a margin. And then the glass is around $1 for us to do it, and then the refill pack, the paper packaging is a little cheaper too, so it does make it cheaper for us. So overall, our margins are greater on that refill pack, and that is why we are ultimately going to be also pushing that subscription service.
Nice, thanks for sharing.
So talk to me about, I think it's via, I'm not a coffee drinker, the powder, and you said this is effervescent,
yes.
Right? So it's faster than the powder to dissolve, and explain how you're going to deal with that competition, because it's also on the go.
So our powder basically is able to dissolve in hot or cold water, not unlike the vitamin C tablets you might get when you're sick. But in this case, it is basically just evaporating into a full latte. And how that works is using a bonding agent to attach citric acid and baking soda to the coffee. We're able to then use the reaction that those two ingredients have together when moist or attached to water to basically explode it. So it's like a mini explosion, kind of. But
in a tasty way.
And the fact that it's bonded to the coffee allows it to basically have that effect, but on the coffee. So it bonds the coffee to the water.
Sounds like that's your unique value proposition.
Yes.
Could you talk a little bit about who you tested the product with and how you adapted or modified the product based on those results? And did you consider a container other than glass from a practical standpoint?
Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I would say for a lot of our testing, we were able to send out surveys. We had over 150 respondents, and targeting the health and wellness first was what a lot of people recommended, as it's a niche we can get into. I could walk over to 7-Eleven or Circle K across the street and they would have vanilla, but they might not have those column lattes that are emerging on the market. And in terms of the glass, we looked into other options, but we found that the glass is not surprisingly, but it's very sturdy. And actually last round, one of our judges dropped it on the floor, and not only did the glass remain intact, but so did all of the tablets inside. So we have some confidence that it will be fine in any circumstance. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, the manufacturing side. Can you tell me a little bit more? Have you already sourced some manufacturers that do that in the U.S.? Where do you want to do that?
So currently one of our suppliers that we're looking into is based in Hawaii, but while we're still in the process of just kind of getting in contact with suppliers, so that's just our first kind of insight or clue. But we do want to try something based in the U.S. so that it is inherently fair trade. And we're talking to Alan Roberts about this as we speak.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I can, wonderful, yeah, thank you. You can throw it at me.
Isn't this just exciting? Okay, our next finalist, Scrabella.
For years, washing your dishes has been accepted as a mundane and tiring everyday chore. The invention of the dishwasher in nonstick pots and pans promised us a break from washing our dishes. However, on average, Americans still spend around 25 minutes a day washing their dishes. Think about it. Your pots and pans, you can't just throw into the dishwasher. It takes your time and energy to make them clean.
And your fine china and your crystal stemware, you don't want to throw that in the dishwasher. It's just going to shatter.
Additionally, those sponges and brushes that you're using right now only stay hygienic for 1 to 2 weeks.
Look at the toothbrush. Sonicare revolutionized this industry with the invention of the electric toothbrush. They made it easier, more hygienic, and more enjoyable. We want to do literally the same exact thing with the dishwashing industry with the invention of Scrabella, the first electric scrubber designed and marketed specifically towards washing your dishes. Its replaceable and dishwasher-safe heads make this product very versatile. You can use your soft, bristle brush heads for your fine china, or your heavy-duty pots and pans can be done with the steel wool brush head. We can even wash a water bottle with our water bottle brush head. Moving on, its sleek and luxurious design will enhance the look and feel of any kitchen countertop. And last but not least, its charging base will be the first of its kind and will make it easy to store and charge.
We started this fall with just the basic idea to revolutionize this industry. We have our first prototype.
Right here.
which is obviously really ugly, huge, and just not exactly what our customers are looking for. Our second one, we've made it a little bit smaller and more ergonomic, but we still have a little ways to go to get to that luxury feel that we're trying to give to our customers. Additionally, we have a few other products that we want to bring to the market. Kind of the same basic idea, but with a soap reservoir and soap dispensing abilities is the Flow Core Plus. And then we have a UV brush cleaner, just so that we can get that hygiene aspect of our brand. And then we want to do a mini version, just so we have a budget-friendly option.
Yeah, so who's going to buy this? We're focusing on the dish cleaning industry, which has a lot of large companies in it, but very minimal innovation. So this gives us a first mover advantage when we are creating our own subcategory. So we're going to focus on targeting the design-conscious households that really value that aesthetic as well as premium tool. So what's our market breakdown? Our TAM is the premium luxury home and living market that is worth $144.35 billion globally. Our SAM is the high-end kitchen utility market, which is worth $25.5 billion globally. And lastly, our SUM. These are the people we truly want to target, and it was a little bit difficult to determine as we are creating our new subcategory, but this is the affluent, design-conscious consumers that is worth $7.5 billion. Now, how are we going to market these? We're going to take advantage of the fact we're here in Tucson and attend the Saba Home and Garden Show that happens every March. Now, this is one of the nation's largest home shows, and having that face-to-face interaction with our customers can give us a serious boost. Keep it with the local track, we have also partnered with Noah Fafita, who is the U of A quarterback, so that his followers can understand our product. And as we move on, we'll partner with influencers who have a very similar demographic to ours to gain that further reach. We also have our Instagram and Facebook live right now. You can follow us at scribala.llc to get that organic following of our own. And lastly, we are going to have a subscribe and save promotion, much like how Amazon does, so that our customers can have our replaceable heads delivered to their door at a regular interval. Now, where are we going to sell these? We're going to focus on direct-to-consumer online as well as specialty retail. With the specialty retail, we're starting in the United States at places like Williams-Sonoma and Crate & Barrel, where we actually did live research last fall. And then when we choose to go international, we have a plethora of companies to partner with, ranging from Singapore to the UK.
So let's break down those sales channels. First, in years 1 through 3, we just want to focus on that domestic US market for our retailers, as well as focus on our online direct-to-consumer. So in year 1, we're going to just focus on getting that first retailer partnership in the US, as well as starting our online store, giving us 6,000 units sold. In year 2 and 3, we're going to expand both of those channels, getting a few more retailers in the US, but we really explode in year 4, where we go to the international market, and using our brand traction at this point can grow a little bit quicker, giving us 172,000 units in that year. Now, in year 5, we're going to get a few more retailers in that international market and get 390,000 units sold. And kind of the revenue corresponding to that is right here. So we start sales in month 7, we become profitable in month 13, and then our year 5 revenue is $18.6 million. So we are going to need a little funding to get started though. We're asking for $100,000 in Series A funding based on our $1.4 million pre-money evaluation. That's a 6.6% ownership stake, and we also want to bring $50,000 to the table ourselves. So this is kind of a breakdown of how we're going to use those funds, mostly just getting our manufacturing set up, the legal expenses with the patent and all that sort of thing, as well as getting our minimum order quantity in that first round of inventory. So this cash should be enough to keep us cash positive at 100% of our projected sales, and even at 50% of our projected sales, we stay cash positive. Only at 25% of projected sales do we go cash negative in month 14 and would need additional funding. But as you can see, with this cash, we're going to be able to grow pretty quickly and become significant competitors in the dish scrubbing market.
Scribala is engineered to make your life easier, more hygienic, and more enjoyable. So join us as we revolutionize the kitchen cleaning industry. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Where are the exchangeable heads for the unit going to be stored on the counter?
Where are the, sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Where are the heads going to be stored on the counter?
The extra heads.
The extra heads.
We could put it in a drawer, or we were also thinking about making.
I don't have any room in my kitchen.
So one thing that we are going to do in the future is create a UV cleaner storage. So it doubles as your storage as well as your cleaning to kind of give that extra little tidbit of cleaning, but it'll also look just nice on your counter, put away.
But it only, the UV unit that you showed only had room for one of the exchangeable options, right?
That is just a
But
product
you had-
concept.
Yeah, you had a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, that is a product concept. We will develop it further down the line.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay.
If you could figure out, I have a wine glass and I have a dirty pan. I want to be able to have very easily accessible each one of them.
I will.
So I have a question. You talked about your charging base. You said that was unique. What's uniqueness about that charging base? How is it different from the Sonicare base or any other type of?
Yeah, so there's actually other scrubbers on the market that are not specifically for dishwashing, and none of those scrubbers have ever had a charging base on them. So there's our differentiator.
But in terms of like the Sonicare, it's a very similar technology. It's inductive charging like that. It's just unique to this industry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. So the competitive market, there's nothing out there like this so far?
Yeah, so there's, right now, the only thing that's on there, they're called like power scrubbers. So you do have that electric component, but they're mostly for like scrubbing the grout in your shower or like your sink, not actually specifically for dishes.
Yes.
Okay. And what's your output? You make your millions of dollars. What's your exit strategy?
We haven't thought that much into the future as we're just trying to focus on like building this brand by ourselves, but that's definitely something to look at in the future.
That's the right answer. Cool.
I have a quick question regarding this one, and it might be very smart of our competitors. That your product might be copied from the others. This is not, you have a design, but they still find it from China or somewhere. So when you do that, how do you protect your product?
So we are going to try to file some kind of patent. This might just be like an apparatus patent, just basically the whole thing. But we are going to get that first mover advantage as well and just really try to come out with a strong brand image. So when people think of the electric dish scrubber, they're going to think of Scruballa and not go for an alternative that comes out later down the line.
Any other questions, judges?
So you mentioned that you did direct research with two companies
Williams-Sonoma.
So
Williams-Sonoma and
Crate & Barrel.
So interesting scores. Tell us what that was with the research. What's your plan to get your product into that store versus just a entry
Can you
level?
go to the slide where I have the steps to get into Williams-Sonoma?
Yeah.
So that was, we went to La Encantada, which has Crate & Barrel and Williams-Sonoma, and we interviewed people shopping there. So we wanted to get that customer, but we also did get a chance to talk to a Williams-Sonoma employee who told us about like what kinds of products are there, the 1-year warranty they have, as well as kind of how people shop, and we got to see how that goes. And so we kind of got that insight into how people are going to shop and what they're looking for. And when we showed her our idea, she was like, this pretty much fits what we have in here. As for getting into those kinds of retails, this is just for Williams-Sonoma, but a lot of these stores have incredibly similar processes where you basically submit an application. Usually it's a written application as well as either a proof of concept or an interview. And then they'll review that. Once they do review that, then you are in, and you have to go through basically legal, send a NDA, and kind of just go through the process of here's what we're going to sell to you for, here's what our real retail price, and more logistics and stuff. And that can take anywhere from 6 months to 2 years.
Thank you, Scribble. Okay, that was our third finalist. Our fourth finalist is Eric A. Blanc.
Testing. Picture this. Right here during the new venture competition, we get word that there's an active shooter nearby. Now our first instinct is to climb up these stairs to lock down and barricade the doors, but when every second matters, this is not a viable solution. Students, teachers, and parents deal with these fears daily in the school system. Since 2018, there's been nearly 1,000 acts of gun violence on school grounds, and since 1999's Columbine tragedy, over 390,000 students have experienced a school shooting. The reality is that these are not just statistics. Every student you see here presenting today is a part of a generation experiencing a surge in crisis across America. We grew up learning lockdown drills such as this one, and these procedures have not changed since the decade ago that we were in elementary school. The problem is that schools today lack built-in defense systems against active shooters, and our solution to that problem is barricade blinds, the world's first ever built-in instantaneous ballistic window and door shade. Barricade blinds falls at speed and locks into place on all sides, all without requiring any external power. Within seconds, barricade blinds can turn any classroom into a safe room. The blinds themselves are deployed via remote control, and once they drop and lock, an impenetrable force field between a classroom and an outside threat has been created. But the magic of barricade blinds is in the shade itself. Our shade uses two different types of ballistic materials, Kevlar and an ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene. Kevlar is commonly used for energy absorption, but in the event of a sprinkler system activation, it loses its strength by 20%, which is why we've chosen to pair it with an equally as strong polyethylene to create the strongest, most flexible weave that barricade blinds needs. And now, Stephen's going to talk about our beautiful prototype.
Awesome, thank you, Brooke. So as you can see, we currently have a prototype built. We have the mechanism down for it to go up and down as well as drop instantaneously and to drop at speed to lock down a classroom. What we're looking for our next steps is to bring in mechanical engineers as well as to get the metal fitting around the base of it. This will make it absolutely impenetrable. With that, we're looking at ballistics testing and to scale from there. Thank you. Here's Jane.
All right, so out of the very few competitors that we do have, we know that none provide immediate secure protection at all points of entry. We have seen that there is a clear gap in the market. Now, barricade blinds introduces a whole new category by combining that rapid deployment with the advanced waterproof ballistic fabric. We are not really just a competitor here. Barricade blinds is truly creating a new standard. Now, on this next slide, we can see a very large and scalable market opportunity. We know that the global ballistic protection market represents a TAM of over $20 billion, while the market for US schools and public institutions is about $8 billion. And then finally, our initial focus, being those private and charter schools, is going to be about a $2.9 billion entry market, allowing us to establish early pilots and revenue before actually expanding. Now, to reach customers, we are focusing on direct outreach, on-site demonstrations, attendance at those national trade shows and safety conferences, and then partnerships with organizations like IACP, who will essentially act as an extension of our sales force. Now, on this next slide, we are finalizing our website, which can help with our sales strategy and really assist decision makers in moving from interest to actually helping barricade blinds make a difference today in school systems. Now, in terms of sales, instead of having these institutions just fully commit upfront, we are going to be focusing on targeted outreach along with paid pilot programs. Now, once a pilot actually deemed successful, we will be moving into larger multi-unit contracts. We are also going to be leveraging third-party lead generation to help barricade blinds get in front of these qualified buyers as fast as possible. Now, Gavin will be taking over financials.
Thank you, Janie. Now, looking at our financials, you'll see two main spikes in revenue, which occur in month 24 and then again in month 31. In month 24, that's when our pilot programs will roll out into our selected schools. And then in month 31, that's when we're planning our full-scale launch. Our revenues will continue to increase over the next years. And at the end of year 5, we're projecting $37.8 million in just revenue. Now, to our fundraising side, using the Burkiss method, we got a pre-money valuation of $1.2 million. We're looking for $150,000 in equity-based financing. With that $150,000, we'll be able to continue engineering our product, continue prototyping, further develop our marketing and sales strategies, and get our pilot programs ready to roll out. Behind me is our runway and growth chart. You'll see that we show very promising growth. Even at 50% revenue, we're still very cash positive. When we have a very lean burn rate,
And you'll see that $150,000 investment will carry into our pilot programs. Now I'll hand it off to Stephen, who's just go over the next steps as a company.
Perfect, thank you. So we're staying here in Tucson. That being said, we're U of A students. We love it here, but also we have to tap into the school's resources. Not only that, but its connections as well. We've been connected with two great engineering firms in the Valley, that being Black Bar Engineering and ED2, which have helped us make flexible prototypes throughout. Now, looking towards the future, we not only have found a problem in the market, we also have a niche solution to solve it. With that, we're looking at distributing a pilot program and scaling throughout not just Tucson, but the rest of the US. And we're gonna start ballistics testing to make it completely fortified. With that, our goal here and our vision is to keep every single classroom safe, and we'd love for you to join us in that. Thank you very much. I open the floor to questions.
Thank you guys. My question is, are you just focusing on the product, or how are you going to do install? Are you going to partner with other organizations? Are you going to make that part of your model as well?
So for right now, for the pilot, it would be easier for us to just install because we know the product so well. But eventually when we start scaling and bringing in an outside manufacturer, it would be easier to have them do a team to come in and do that for us.
Nice. So, yeah, that's great work. The Psalm side, did you show that on there?
Yes, we did.
Okay, sorry, I missed it.
No, that's okay.
What's the current cost per school that they budget, I guess? I guess it's not an annual budget, is that what you want to say? Do you know what they spend for this kind of training or kind of utilities to?
So I mean, for my understanding at least, every school is different depending on size and also windows. So I can't give you a definitive answer on the exact school.
Yeah.
But based on what we do is we'd come in, we'd audit, we'd see the amount of windows and the amount of doors in the school, and then we provide a budget for them where that would equal.
Okay, awesome. I think it's pretty sizable.
Yeah,
I was interested.
as well as grants from the government, which definitely help.
Tagging on that, so I don't know if you're asking, like, so, I don't imagine, we discussed this, to have initial bulletproof glass or something, they need to build it at initial construction.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
correct. Not looking over. So this is a product that can be put in after.
Yes.
So that's correct, number one. So what's the construction like, warranties and everything like that? And then to that point of Sean's question, the cost of schools, so for savings to them, having looked into this, what costs the schools have, training, what sense of safety does this offer to them so that they understand it? And I guess this is a worst case scenario, something to know that they just have, right? So what's the cost that they have?
We can split that in two.
Yeah, and then even like the opportunity, where
What's the potential savings to schools and
proposition?
the comfort value to schools having this? Have you considered this as being like a sales pitch for a school?
I mean,
that is
As you go into this, I think it's like
it's maybe too much of questions that we're going to be.
A lot of questions. For me, I just say, you can't really put a price on a kid's life at the end of the day. So, you can say like how much does it cost, but at the end of the day, that's what it costs for us. And also, we have a 10-year warranty to address one of your earlier questions. And then we replace that with the battery as well.
And then we'll also have maintenance go through and be up to date to make sure nothing's deteriorating and the product still works as intended.
I have two quick questions. In estimating your expenses, did you include freight in that? And my second is, in the event a public safety officer needs to enter a room that has these been deployed or in a hostage situation, how do you get them unlocked and who has that ability?
Yeah, it's a great question. We have looked into freight that's included in our cost of goods sold. But in the beginning, we're going to kind of look at the private schools in the local area, just because they're the ones that will be able to kind of get us right away, build our brand a little bit, and have the money to afford it right away. And so until it kind of builds more brand awareness, we'll be able to get it into more public schools when grants start coming in more.
And then for your other question, The blind does go back up from inside the classroom because they have to get out after a while. And we would give the police or some sort of law enforcement some sort of override for any sort of classroom that they're going into. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Do you guys need some extra time to get your things filled out? Do you need some extra time to get your things filled out? Okay, so we'll give you a few minutes before that. We've only got 4 minutes, I'm sorry. Sure they did. They showed it on their slide. Guys. Let's go back, sorry. Where's $1.2 million, 150K. Did you guys not mention the ownership, the amount of ownership?
We're down we're over here.
I'm sorry, did you not mention the amount of ownership?
Yeah, that's roughly 11.1%.
11.1%. But you're right, it was not on the slide.
Thank you.
Okay. I know they know it.
Yeah, we do.
All right. Our last presenter. Eric.
Oh, we got a line.
You got the wrong slide though.
Yes. How do I get in?
I'll do that.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So, just do control.
Picture yourself at this restaurant. The music's loud and there's conversations everywhere. Your loved ones are talking to you, so you smile and nod, but you can't actually hear what they're saying. For 40 million Americans, this is everyday life, but they don't take the step to get hearing aids because they're bulky, expensive, and carry a stigma. So they fall back in life and miss life's best moments, all because hearing has become exhausting. That is exactly why ERA was born. ERA is thin, affordable, and hidden. It uses bone conduction technology to filter background noise, making voices loud and clear, so you no longer have to lean in, read lips, or say what? With ERA, it's time to get back to the activities you love and enjoy the clarity of the conversation.
On the screen is a pair of reading glasses, something you can walk into a CVS and buy in minutes. You don't need a prescription, you don't wear them all day, you use them when you need them. Think of ERA like the reading glasses for your eyes, but for your ears.
ERA is a situational solution, not a medical commitment. Because for millions of people, the problem isn't constant, it's in certain moments where that clarity breaks down. And today, the only solutions feel clinical and permanent. ERA changes that. ERA is discreet, comfortable, and socially acceptable. But to understand why this really matters, you have to take a look at what people are currently forced to use. Today's market falls into 3 categories: medical hearing aids, earbuds like the Apple AirPods Pro, and passive filters like loop earplugs. These all share the same problem. They all go inside the ear, making it uncomfortable, blocking the ear canal, and even making you seem less approachable when wearing that kind of thing out in public. ERA is different because ERA sits outside the ear, keeping the ear canal open and the device hidden. ERA uses an active hearing filter to reduce background noise while keeping human speech clear. Using bone conduction technology, sound travels through the skull, keeping the ear canal open and comfortable. It attaches discreetly behind the ear using a medical-grade adhesive. No charging, no pairing, no maintenance. The simplicity is what makes this adoptable. On the development side, we are currently building our prototype and manufacturing with ED2 Engineering here in Tucson. What you see on the screen is the core technology behind our prototype, which is also housed in the 3D printed case that's being passed around. Next, our engineers will work on miniaturizing the device into a discrete, sleek form, which looks something like this. And next, from there, we're gonna go into testing in real-life scenarios in restaurants, bars, and sporting events to perfect the speech clarity of the device. We're currently in the patent application process to protect our technology and our design.
This isn't a niche problem. Early stage hearing difficulty represents a $15.7 billion opportunity, but most of it remains underserved because today's solutions don't fit how people actually live. We're targeting adults 50 years and older with mild to moderate hearing difficulties who are not ready for a medical device yet. That alone represents a $5 billion opportunity. We're starting in the US where frustration is highest and adoption is fastest. With just 1% of market penetration, that's a $50 million first-year revenue opportunity. The demand, it's already there. ERA is just the first solution to specifically target this stage of hearing difficulty. This gives us immediate scale, a clear entry point, and room to expand into other markets. We know this demand is real. Since September, we've been actively validating this through conversations with audiologists, interviews with potential users, and target market surveys. And the responses have been always consistent. People do experience early stage hearing loss, but don't want a hearing aid. They want something simple, discreet, and situational. And if you've ever been in a loud restaurant struggling to hear the person right in front of you, you've already experienced the need of ERA. Our go-to-market strategy, it's built around reliability. Recent regulatory changes, especially the introduction to over-the-counter hearing devices, have made it possible for solutions like ERA to reach consumers more directly. That's why we're starting both online and direct-to-consumer, using situational marketing in places like restaurants, in meetings, and social settings, places where people already feel the pain. From there, we're going to build our trust through demos and user-driven content to later on expand into retail, clinics, and workspace partnerships.
Earlier this year, we surveyed people in our target demographic, and their average price they're willing to pay for ERA is $292. We're undercutting that and selling it for $200, but we're using a razor and blade model. The model is supported by our adhesive stickers, which we're going to sell for $15 a pack, and it's going to create us recurring revenue. Our material cost per unit is $30, which makes our gross margins 83%. Our net profit margin is 55%. And we assume that we're going to make $9 million by year 5 in revenue. We're asking for, according to the 3 value, taking an average of the 3 valuation methods we learned in class, we're worth $3 million. We're asking for $150,000 in exchange for 5% equity in our company, which will put us at $3.15 million post money. This is a more detailed breakdown on how we plan to spend our funds with an emphasis on miniaturizing the product. And here.
For our next steps, we're working on patent approval, R&D funding, and finalizing our product. As a recap, millions of people suffer from hearing loss, but they shouldn't have to suffer from isolation too. With your guys' support, we cannot wait to help serve those in need. We are at ERA, helping people hear live when it matters most. Thank you, guys.
What's the question? I'll start on this side. So you guys are- Yeah, I think we talked about this a lot, so it should be the last time. So what's the next? So you guys focus on the hearing problems. So what's your next product will be? Will we focus on the same product or will they look for something?
Absolutely, that's a good question, Ali. So we were kind of looking at a secondary market, which would be people who have autism or severe anxiety who need to cut out the background noise and just be in a space where they can be in quiet and peace. So that would be a secondary market, yeah.
Hey, great job.
Thank you, sir.
I think you guys are severely undercutting your revenue opportunity, like a sum of 50 million. There is a lot of, we're going into a baby boomer age. My mom is personally, she has a huge stigma against her friends who have birth hearing aids, and she's like, I don't want to get one. And so just be aware of that. If you guys definitely go to market. Have you thought of a subscription model at all? I mean, I saw the stickers, but like a technology subscription where it's like,
I mean, when we thought of like doing a subscription, and we had landed on doing the adhesive stickers because I feel like if you add another subscription layer, like people wouldn't want to be paying 2 subscriptions for the same product, like 2 payment plans.
once again, you guys are discounting your revenue opportunity. I think like if you could potentially put it together and even amplify it. Sorry, this is my just personal sense, but excellent work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean.
I think I asked this question last time. So you're still in prototype, so you've not tested, and it's all it is at this point right now, a concept of a temporary sticker to be used in situations where there's noisy situations, which could be classrooms, also by the way, for your target audience. So how have you tested it beyond just what you passed out to us to see and how it works? And it's just a short-term use. Is it like readers where you just put them on, which I don't get by the way, but where you just put it on in situations, you have a pack of however many you plan on selling them in, you put them on during those situations and you take it off so it's not something that can just be lost or whatever, right? So you define that a little bit more.
Yeah, so essentially the initial technology is what will be $200, and the sticker packets are what would be recurring. So you'd buy the technology once, and you'd keep on buying the stickers each time you use it, peel it off, put it back on. So that's the recurring piece of it. Does that answer your question, or the function of the prototype?
Have you tested a model?
Yeah, so for the test, we have run it through like digital audio stations like Ableton, and what we are going to do is like run frequencies through it and see like what we notice. We haven't yet brought it out into noisy environments because we wanted the prototype to be intact to show you guys.
Do you have a time frame of what's your time frame to do that, to get it to market?
Absolutely. So that was kind of in our next steps. So first off, patent approval. We want to protect it as soon as we can. Then R&D funding, which we're currently working with ED2, but getting more funding would help us continue working with them, and then finalize our product. So those are our 3 next steps. And in terms of time frame, it's just in how quick we do it.
Cool. Any other questions? Cool. All right, Era, thank you.
Thank you.
At the end of the presentation tonight, we will have each of the teams. We'd like you to come down. We'll get a picture taken here in front of the McGuire Center with all of the advisors and the teams. And then we'll... So, everybody is in place, ready to go. Good, good. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce the Dean of the Eller College. For those of you not had a chance to meet.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a great day today. I want to take a few minutes to talk about what's going on in McGuire and then go to the most exciting part that you're all eagerly waiting for, the prize ceremony, right, or the award ceremony. As you can imagine, McGuire is a crown jewel of our college and, in fact, of our university. We have a number of great things going in McGuire. And when you look at AI, when you look at what the future for us is, it's about innovation. It's about resiliency. All the elements that are pretty critical in an entrepreneurship context that we teach our students. And for us, when we convene here for the New Venture Competition, these are exactly the things that you're doing that you need to continue to do, build, innovate, grind it out to be successful. That's what you'll be learning here, and you can take it further into your life as well. I want to make couple of other things about McGuire before I proceed. As we think about the future, as I said, McGuire is an important part, and we are investing quite a lot in McGuire. We are excited about a new degree program that's getting launched out of McGuire too. It's called Integrated Business Engineering. We have the first group of students that will be recruited for Integrated Business Engineering. This morning, an even more exciting thing happened with that. We got a $10 million donation to name that Integrated Business Engineering. We closed that deal. So, yeah, thank you. Yes. And the congratulations goes to a number of people, obviously the development team, McGuire and Bob, Mike Quinn, I don't know if he's here, and my partner in crime, David Hahn in College of Engineering, will have the names announced later in fall. We'll have a ceremony that celebrates that event. So lots of exciting stuff going on. So I want to turn it over to just briefly talk about NBC. What you see is an incredible showcase of innovation, determination, and bold thinking. Each team, I unfortunately was able to only talk to a couple of them. I was able to look at what you've put together. Each team brought something unique to the stage, and the level of talent and the level of innovation was incredible. And for us at McGuire and at Eller College, the future of entrepreneurship is truly in great hands. We have seen some judges come back. Where is Sean? They have Sean come. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, Sean, yes. Yes. He's an example of what that future of innovation is. He was here in McGuire doing the stuff you are doing and have taken it up multiple times, sold companies multiple times over. It's an incredible success story. He's just one example of the many. We have Callie Croth and Priscilla, and all these people are in the space of entrepreneurship, and they are all evaluating you. First, before I talk about the awards, I want to give a quick round of applause to our judges who have done a great job. and the McGuire team for putting this together too. All right, now is the time to recognize the ventures that rose to the top. Our second runner-up, we're going to go from the third to the second to the first, okay? Second runner-up, so the third place. Our third place team impressed the judges with their creativity, clarity of vision, and strong execution. Their idea addresses a real need and demonstrates meaningful potential for growth and impact. Please join me in congratulating our second runner-up, ERA. Sean, when you probably were here, we didn't give you a medal, but this year or last year they started doing these medals. So
we're on that side. We'll give you medals this way, and come over here, shake everybody's hands. There we go.
Make sure you wear them. Are you a senior?
Yes, sir.
All right. Make sure you wear them during a graduation ceremony with all your regalia, right?
And then guys, come on over for a picture. Come over. Meet the dean.
Either way is okay.
You can go on.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're going to wait for 1 minute for the picture before we...
Yeah, we'll wait for a minute.
All right. First runner-up next. Taking the second place is a team that combined innovation with a compelling business model and a clear path forward. Their presentation stood out for its depth, confidence, and ability to answer tough questions. Congratulations to our first runner-up, Tabby. That's a brilliant idea, putting some coffee in a and
Thank you so much. Thank you.
all right. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, our first place team truly set themselves apart with a powerful idea, exceptional execution, and a vision that inspired both judges and audience alike. They exemplify what this competition is about. And drum roll please for that. It's my honor to announce the winner of this year's McGuire Center's new venture competition, Barricade Blind.
Thank you very much.
You know, Bob is really happy because he was the advisor for that.
Wouldn't be possible without him.
It's so quiet.
All right. So, I was going to say, let's give a round of applause to all our finalists one more time for all their hard work and dedication. And to our winners. This is just the beginning. We can't wait to see where your venture takes you next. And thank you everybody for being part of this NVC. This is always an event that I look forward to. So thank you for coming and engaging and helping us, helping this event to be a great success. Passing it back to you, Bob.
Thank you, and thank Dean Cannon for being here. We really appreciate not only your words of encouragement, but every time the Dean comes down, it's just an uplifting moment for all of us, so we appreciate your time. Listen, congratulations to everyone here today. You guys had an incredible year. I thought this was, my opinion, just my opinion, I thought this was one of the finest cohorts that we have fielded, and you guys did a fabulous job. You came up, we challenged you to think large, and you thought large. We watched you go from small idea kind of concept to big idea operation, and you did a fabulous job. So I want to personally congratulate all of you, and I want to thank again everybody involved in putting this on, because this takes a lot of time. I want to thank the faculty for all of the hard work. I want to thank our advisors for everything that they have done and continue to do. And by the way, advisors do this as a give back piece. They aren't being paid for their activities. They're coming here and helping teach you all what they learned. And it's fabulous. And when you have people like Callie that does that, it just makes a real difference. Because her teams are always in the money. So she does a great job of doing it. Again, thank you guys. Great year. Wear your medals at commencement. And I look forward to continuing to stay in touch. You guys have my LinkedIn connection. Stay connected. Barricade Blinds, you know you're going on the way up to the Inferno Cup to represent the University of Arizona up there. Small prize up there of $100,000, so looking forward to you guys doing well. I will, again, thank everybody for coming, and have a great Friday and a great weekend, and we'll see you again. Take care.